Just checking the audio on the live stream, thanks. Room sound check. How does it sound? Sounds good, thanks.
Checking online audio.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our regularly scheduled council meeting for June the 8th, 2026. As we call the meeting to order, we'd just like to acknowledge that we do our business on the traditional territories of the Coast and Strait Salish peoples. Specifically, we recognize the Lekwungen-speaking people known today as the Songhees and Kasapsum or Esquimalt nations, and that their historic connection to these lands and adjoining waters continue to this day. Up first, approval of the agenda. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. We have 4 sets of minutes for approval. Can I have a mover, move all 4, move second? Any changes, corrections, or amendments to those minutes? See none. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. We also have receipt of the Special Parks, Recreation, and Culture Committee of April 15th. Moved and seconded. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. My remarks will be brief. We have a big agenda tonight, so we'll try and keep on pace. This is our first meeting in June, which is many things, including National Indigenous Peoples Month, the Pride Month, and Parks and Recreation Month. So lots of things going on. I want to just thank all the organizers of the Tea Party. It was a very successful event, despite some chilly weather at times. It was a first for a couple of reasons. There was a Songhees tent with food provision, including bannock. The separation of the waste was handily handed over to Ron Carter and team, and that was a great last-minute addition. Really want to just thank to the police, parks, and public works staff from the municipality for all that they do to contribute to that, and of course all the volunteers who actually make it happen. I do want to just acknowledge, because if she looks a little frazzled, Councillor Braithwaite is one of the on the board of the Tea Party and is the Baroness of Beef and takes care of that, and generally gets no sleep for 3.5 days and is showing up here. So just acknowledge that work. So well done, Councillor Braithwaite. Of course, the teacup race went forward with all participants surviving, which was awesome. And I'll leave it there. And then actually, I just should thank the Oak Bay Police were my opponents this year, and they were great sports. I dressed up in a black and white robber's costume, and they wore blue flashing lights on their helmets as we chased each other around over the waves. So it was a lot of fun. And then last item of interest, I can't believe it's here already, but yay, is the first night market is happening this week on Oak Bay Avenue. So hope we see everybody there. We now move to the open portion of the meeting where we just invite members of the public. So this is, if you wish to speak to items not on the agenda tonight, but are just of general interest to Oak Bay, this is an opportunity to do so. Many of the items on the agenda do allow for public participation, and we do have make it available at that time. So this is sometimes it's questions, sometimes it's comments. But for those online, you can hit *9 through the 1855 number, or in the Zoom app, you can use the raise hand. If you're in the room, if anybody wishes to come and address council, you can do so at this time. Please come forward. So you can be a good demonstration here. Just state your name, clearly state your name, your municipality of residence. You don't have to give your address. And then you have up to 3 minutes. Welcome.
Sure, and thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Evan Brown, resident of Oak Bay. And I'll make it brief tonight, but I'm representing the Uplands Neighborhood Association. And on May 31st, the association submitted a position paper setting out parameters in which development within the Uplands could take place. And the rationale behind the paper was put forth some options to increase density in the Uplands while maintaining its historic, one-of-a-kind park-like setting. As you're well aware, the Uplands is quickly becoming a target for development, and the Uplands Neighborhood Association has set forth a plan looking to add some additional protections, potentially via bylaw changes, in an effort to focus development that would better serve a wider demographic of residents and not just the wealthy. Tonight I'm here as a representative of the UNA and looking to take any feedback to our membership on this paper that was submitted about a week ago. And I wanted to just check in and ask if the council had any feedback, if they've been through the paper yet, when we would expect some communication back.
Sure. Probably don't have a lot of questions back to you at this point. I think all members of council have had a chance to receive it, go through it, and I will probably be reaching out to you at some point just to have a conversation about what possible next steps are. It's not quick or easy to change bylaws, but certainly we'd be very interested. There's certainly many interesting points. It was a comprehensive document that was sent over with lots of rationale for the points put forward. I'll give you that.
Good. Well, that was it. I'll be brief and I'll hand the mic over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Anybody else like to come and speak to council? Welcome. Just have a seat, push the button in the middle to turn on the microphone, name, municipality of residence, and you have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. And I want to also know if it's appropriate, I wanted to talk about the report on phasing out gas-powered leaf blowers.
No, we did receive a lot of correspondence, but
Yeah.
that is one of the items that is not on here for public input tonight.
Okay, so I shouldn't speak about it.
Not for that particular agenda item, no. Although you could speak in general terms about environmental issues or something of that nature.
Okay, but thank you.
Sorry, it is on public input. I
Yeah, it
forgot.
is, yeah.
My apologies. It was not on public input. I asked it to. Yes, we moved it over to public input. It will have an opportunity for public input at the time that it comes on the agenda.
Okay, so I will come back
Yes.
at that
It
point.
won't be long.
Okay,
Thank
I
you.
look forward to it.
All right. Anybody else wish to speak to council on any other matter? Yeah, please come forward.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Leona Fournette, and I'm a resident of Oak Bay. I'm also a representative of the Upper Henderson residents, and the Oak Bay Neighborhood Network is something that our group has become members of. So as you can understand, I have a considerable amount of concern for my community. As you know, I've come and talked to you before about these continued unintended consequences that are happening because of Bill 44. And, I think there is a somewhat of a bit of a frenzy going on about, developers getting as much as they possibly can off of a lot. So I'm here to complain about what is happening to 3401 Woodburn Avenue.
So if I can just ask you to keep your comments on a general thing, because
Yes,
we can't
I
talk
will,
about a
I
single
will.
land use application. It's not an application that's in front of us.
No, it's not. It's already approved. So, this particular thing has put a huge imposition on a neighbor 2 doors down. It's quite tragic, actually, that this could happen. And again, I ask you as council and mayor that you just can't turn yourself to the side when it comes to these issues. Existing residents are your constituents. Existing residents have a vested interest in our community. Our existing residents are significant contributors to what we have today. I would like to see some real activity that you as council members and as mayor meet with these residents that are being impacted so negatively. And that's all I have to say, and I thank you again for the opportunity to talk.
Thank you for coming out tonight. I will say there is some work happening. One of the directives given recently was just on some work on some bylaw updates to look at some potential changes to mid-block zoning under the Bill 44 small-scale multi-unit housing. So it is recognized that, again, as you say, unintended consequences, unanticipated designs, and so we are looking at that. So thank you. Anybody else from the audience, either online or in person? I don't see any other hands online, so please come forward. And yes, if anybody's in a different room, I can't see everybody, so just please maybe come to the doorway if you intend to speak next. Welcome. You just push the button in the middle to turn on the microphone, and then you name, municipality, 3
Sure.
minutes. There we go.
Hi,
Thank
my
you.
name is Sasha Izard. Some of you may know of me. I'm from the neighboring district of Saanich. I'm going to speak a bit later on another issue, but while I was here, I thought I'd get something on the record, and that is, I think the District of Oak Bay is a paying member of the South Island Prosperity Partnership. Is that accurate?
We are.
They have a report on their website under publications called Transformation, Our Impact Journey. On page 3, they claim a $93.20 ROI return on initiative, return on investment for their initiatives. I'm highly skeptical of this figure. The source cited on the website is Perrin, Thoreau, and Associates. Well, they don't have a website, which is very strange to cite a source that doesn't have a website. So I ask on the record that the District of Oak Bay contact the South Island Prosperity Partnership and ask them to produce the report that they cite for their $93.20 ROI on their initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a representative that is our liaison there, so we can certainly pass that along with that. Thank you. Anything else? It's always interesting what we get coming to this table, so. Don't see any other hands, so I'm going to move on if I don't see any other speakers. Okay. Thank you for everyone who speaks. I do appreciate it. It can be an intimidating thing to come up to a microphone in a crowded room, so thanks to all who came forward to speak. I move next to section 7. 7.1. Section 7 has items that are available for public input, including the first one, which is a review of the phasing out of gas-powered garden equipment, which, my apologies, I started to say was not available. So procedurally here, anything that happens for public input, we tend to do it this way. I will invite an introduction, either a presentation, introduction from staff. We'll have the opportunity for council to ask questions. Before we get to any kind of motions or direction, we will allow for public input. And then we will come back to, at the end of public input, we will come back to this table and give directions, debate, motions, and so forth. So that's the back and forth and thing. If you're online, same process. You can raise your hand online anytime, and I will get to you when I get to the public input portion. With that, am I giving it to Ms. Woods or to you, Mr. Bowl? Ms. Woods.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This report provides an update on Council Resolution 2022-436 relating to the phasing out of gas-powered garden equipment. The report outlines the origins of the motion and describes some of the challenges it faces in implementation. These challenges relate to uncertain legal jurisdiction as well as capacity for implementation. Staff suggests that the level of effort required exceeds that of a typical council resolution, and for these reasons, the motion remains stalled. Although it is difficult to quantify the exact amount of GHG emissions associated with all gas-powered garden equipment in the district, given what we know about the district's GHG emissions profile, that the largest source of emissions come from driving and from heating and cooling homes and buildings, it is estimated that the GHG impact associated with gas-powered garden equipment is comparably small. As such, staff are recommending that this item be considered and prioritized along with other initiatives as part of the Community Climate Action Plan. The plan will prioritize proposed actions such as this one alongside estimations of climate change mitigation impact, cost, and level of effort. Without taking a strategic approach through a planning process, it remains difficult to identify which actions are critical and where staff attention and district resources are best directed. Alongside this recommendation, staff are also recommending communication support for a shift to electric and battery-powered equipment, and that this item be removed from the existing list of outstanding council resolutions. Deputy Director Green and Director Bowl and I are here this evening. We'll take any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that brief introduction. I will now turn to members of council with any questions. Councillor Green. Green Smart Braithwaite.
Through you, Mayor, to staff, and thank you very much for the report, and I do appreciate the recommendations. And I just wondered if you had seen a submission from Oak Bay Climate Force, also a very comprehensive and cogent sort of guideline paper that I found very helpful as well. So thank you. I'm glad you've seen it. Thank you.
For the record, there was a nod to indicate yes. Just because she didn't answer verbally, I'm just letting people know that she had.
Through the chair, yes, I did see it. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. And then I move over to Councillor Smart and then Braithwaite.
Thank you. Through your Mayor to staff, I just had a couple questions. One of them was, by moving this resolution to the Community Climate Action Plan, will this later lead us to, after our Climate Action Plan goes through community consultation, potentially to some next steps, such as a grant program, should we decide to do that later in the future, and potential funding options?
Ms. Woods?
Through the chair, yes, as part of the planning process, this item will be prioritized, as I said, based on level of impact and cost and staff capacity, and that will be informed by technical analysis as well as community input. And so potentially a grant program or rebate program could be an outcome of that. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Through your Mayor to Ms. Woods. My other question was just with regards to a clarification, and I appreciate how comprehensive the report was, with regards to outlining staff currently considering electric with new equipment. I'm wondering, at this time, do we not have a plan for staff with target dates to phase out gas-powered garden equipment for our own municipality?
Ms. Woods?
Through the chair, I can start. Potentially there'll be maybe others who can contribute. But no, at this time, we don't have a definitive timeline for phasing out gas-powered equipment corporately. Some of that transition is happening already, as stated in the report. And some of it is a little bit, due to market transformation as well. And perhaps I'll pass it over at that time.
I welcome Mr. Slier, who's our Director of Park Recreation, Culture, and Building
District Facilities.
District Facilities, thank you.
Thank you. Just a touch more on the topic. Staff and the Parks team have been testing and trialing electric-powered equipment over the last few years. To your point, though, as my colleague mentioned, we don't have a specific plan, and that is something that would need to be developed, both for the tools themselves as well as the infrastructure to support the charging.
Thank you. Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks so much, and through you, Mayor to staff. I'm wondering, where does staff anticipate the initiative ranking relative to the other climate actions that were currently being considered? So where does it rank with what we're thinking about already?
Ms. Woods?
Through the chair, to you, Councillor Braithwaite. That's a hard question to answer. As I stated, we know what the largest contributors are, and so we don't rank it at that level. But the planning process itself will help us identify, where the largest impact is, and how we can prioritize actions accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, and if I may, Mayor, and if we do direct additional work on this initiative now, do we know which existing council priority projects would likely be delayed?
Mr. Bull?
Shake of head no.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Right now, let me see. It depends a bit on what direction you give us. But if it's through a council resolution to ask for X, right? There is one of the staff recommendations is a council resolution with some follow-up, and Ms. Woods can comment on that. But if it's one of the other options to pursue a bylaw or something like it earlier, for now, it depends a bit on your direction, but for now it would hold off until we have time to look at council priority projects again. So it depends a bit what the priority is that you would like to attach to this. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Hunt.
Thank you very much. Maybe I'll help my colleague out. As this is related to climate action, and Megan is our only climate action planner, she would be responsible for leading on that action, and it would delay the work that she would be doing on the larger community action plan as well as the corporate action plan.
Thank you. And lastly, Mayor, given that the district operations, I think that one's already been asked. Have any indication, has there been any indication from the province whether approval would be forthcoming if council pursued a regulatory ban? And are there any other municipalities that have been successful with that over the years?
Yeah, through the mayor, maybe I'll answer the second question first. So no, I don't know of any jurisdictions in BC or even across Canada, I believe, to my knowledge, that have pursued a bylaw of this type. I believe there are some in North America, but I don't think I have any Canadian examples. And to answer the first question, sorry. Pardon me, can you repeat it?
Yeah, absolutely. Has there been any indication from the province whether approval would be forthcoming if council pursued a regulatory ban?
Thank you. Apologies through the chair. I don't have an answer to that. I don't know. We have not pursued that at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see other questions from council at this time. I think there's probably going to be some discussion, debate. But before we get there, I'll invite members of the public to come forward. So we had a former speaker, which I sent back to his seat briefly. Welcome back. If you can just follow the same process, just turn on the microphone, state your name and your municipality of residence, and you're welcome to address council.
Is it on? Yeah.
It is.
Okay. Your Worship, my name is Francis Landy. I've been here before. Deja vu. I'm a resident of Oak Bay. I was the author, the initiator of the petition, which was not quite the ponds at Orogo, but close to the origin of this whole process. Signed by 450 members, residents of Oak Bay, and about 200 from outside Oak Bay. So it's really nice to be here. And I miss Taranay. I wanted to talk about noise sensitivity. Noise sensitivity is one of the great under-acknowledged maladies of our era. It affects about 20% of the population, especially with people with PTSD, including members of our police force. It's different from noise as a nuisance. It causes extreme mental stress. And anything that mitigates that mental stress is invaluable. A European study showed that about 400,000 or 500,000 people in Europe are hospitalized each year because of noise sensitivities. And I know it to my personal cost, and I've talked to Councillor Braithwaite about it. So we moved to Oak Bay in 2017, nice, quiet retirement place. Unfortunately, it wasn't as nice and quiet as I expected. And that led to the petition, and also led to quite a lot of cost for us personally. Now, I wanted to say that I thought that Ms. Wood's report was excellent. I really appreciated it. I really thought it was very fair and balanced. I wrote to Chris Hyde-Lay afterwards saying I thought that this was a beginning, not an end, and I think it truly is so. But there are a couple of things I wanted to say, and I'm following in the footsteps of Andrea Careless's Climate Force submission. That's the word, yeah. The first thing...
I am going to ask you just to be fairly brief, just so we need lots of room for everybody else to speak
Okay, sure.
as well.
How much time have I had?
You've had 3 minutes, which is usually your limit.
Have I? Oh, wow, I didn't know.
Yeah, it goes by quick.
So, okay, I'll hurry up. Well, first of all, I think that that noise, that the question of noise the question of leaf blowers needs to be separated from that of gas-powered equipment generally. It was, the motion as originally planned was far too broad. And leaf blowers, we've already got legislation much easier. Secondly, I think that the issue of noise needs to be separated from the issue of climate. There's in fact very little climate impact, as Ms. Wood said. Thirdly, Montreal has been the leader in Canada in introducing legislation, in introducing bylaws to either ban leaf blowers in general or limit their time. I think we can learn from them to expand our existing bylaws to make them seasonal. Westmount, for example, has bans leaf blowers except in the fall season and in the spring cleanup season. And I think I can speak for Oak Bay Climate Force that we are really very willing to work alongside council to develop further initiatives. Now, thank you so much, and I look forward to other people's input.
Thank you very much, Mr. Landry. Mr. Landy, sorry. I don't know how many more speakers we have. We have lots of correspondence, which sometimes translates to more people, but sometimes does not. Does anybody else wish to speak to us on item 7.1? This is the phasing out of gas-powered garden equipment. Welcome back, Mr. Izzard. If you could just state your name for the record once again.
Hi again. My name is Sasha Izard. I live in the neighboring district of Saanich. I spend a considerable amount of time in Oak Bay, including yesterday spending the day at the Oak Bay Tea Party with my 6-year-old daughter, and yes, we had a lot of fun. I'm speaking tonight on item 7.1, review of phasing out of gas-powered garden equipment. However, the item should more appropriately be called review of not phasing out gas-powered garden equipment. The 5 on council who were here last term will recall that I addressed the council on phasing out gas landscaping equipment 4 years ago. I was awestruck when the council boldly and unanimously decided to phase out all gas landscaping equipment over a 3-year time frame, beginning in 2023. I saw a new golden era unfolding and Oak Bay acting as a leader, which could be emulated in Saanich and beyond, something which did not happen, however. The district of Saanich rejected such a proposal the year previously in 2021. One of the speakers who spoke here 4 years ago in favor of eliminating gas landscaping equipment was elected to Saanich Council and didn't lift a finger to eliminate the equipment once elected. In 2022, 5 of you were re-elected in Oak Bay and 2 new councillors were elected. Pretty much all of you ran on being environmental candidates. Once elected or re-elected in 2022, however, it appears that you effectively ignored last term's council decision to phase out gas landscaping equipment over a 3-year time frame. The 3 years is over and it appears that nothing serious to phase them out across the district has been done. Please do not turn around now and claim that you are environmental defenders in the upcoming 2026 election, or even worse, doing so another 4 years down the line prior to the election in 2030, as another term passes without effective action on a critical environmental and health issue. All I see in the attached report are excuses, and even a wish to move backward by, quote, remove Council Resolution 2022-436 from the list of outstanding Council resolutions, end quote. In contrast, during the last 4 years, like the preceding 4 years prior to that, I have been using electric landscaping equipment most days of the year, no gas landscaping equipment required. Somehow in between, I also managed to knock out every local government paid development lobby membership on Vancouver Island. To me, leadership is by example. It isn't by being paid to sit idly in a chair talking for years about the issues instead of taking action on them, and then making excuses when inaction over years turns into a recorded history of inaction.
Point of order.
Go ahead, Councillor Green.
I think we have to be careful with our comments when you are disparaging either staff reports or individual council members. So I'm concerned about that.
Council's somewhat fair game, as I think this is, we're being held to account for policy. Just if you can just keep your comments away from staff, I think we'd appreciate that, Mr. Izzard. I didn't think you crossed the line, but I think your point of order to make sure that we're careful. Thank you.
Under the Canadian Charter, I have a right to my opinion. I'll continue. Thank you. After 8 years, I'm still using the same batteries that I've been using since 8 years ago, with the addition of some more powerful batteries since then. The technological advances have only been increasing with this equipment during this time. I won't rehash the technical, ecological, and health arguments that I made 4 years ago before the council decided to phase out gas landscaping equipment. I'm limited by the timer. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me by email. Oak Bay Council, it is overdue time to demonstrate real leadership and move forward. The last 4 years have been disappointing on this particular front, but you can still make the right decision before the term is over. Your decision will be a matter of record and will help define just how environmentally minded you actually were this term. Please demonstrate real leadership on the environment. Please do the right thing and ensure that gas landscaping equipment is sent to the dustbin of history, starting for the island right here in Oak Bay. Thank you.
Comments, Mr. Izzard? Is there anybody else who wishes to talk to council on item 7.1? Again, I don't have anybody online, so anybody in the, I don't see hands in the room, so if there's anybody in the hallway, this is their chance to speak. Okay, we're coming back to this table then. We have the report in front of us. We've had questions. If there's anybody else has further questions, you can ask them at this time. Otherwise, we probably seek a motion on the floor. And go ahead, Councillor Green.
I would be happy to move the staff recommendation.
Okay, moved and seconded. Thank you. Wish to speak to it, or I'm going to go to Councillor Smart if not.
I'll let Councillor Smart go ahead. Thank you.
I was just going to ask if we could sever the 3 parts because I have an amendment to part 2 and a motion arising after all 3. Thank you.
I can certainly sever the, let me just make sure I can. Yes, we can sever them for distinct, but we can certainly debate them all together. So if you wish to speak to any one or all 3 of those parts, you're welcome to Councillor Smart.
I would like to give Councillor Green the opportunity to motivate if she wished. I didn't mean to take the opportunity away from her.
Well, just very briefly, I think this topic has been before us for a number of years, and I really appreciate the balanced report that was provided to us tonight. And I think all 3 motions pending changes or amendments are realistic, and I think that I hope we move forward under the climate action plan. I think that's important, and I appreciate Ms. Wood's report. Thank you.
Any others? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. I do wish to make an amendment to the second part with regards to the communication and educational materials. I did provide this in advance to staff and to the mayor. So
sure. Just because I will deal with them in order if that's amenable. What I'll probably do is just seek that motion to amend at that time.
Oh, for sure.
Why don't I just take any additional comments before I start calling the questions? So we have all three parts of this on the thing, and we can speak to all 3 parts. If not, I'll get to calling the questions. I do think it's worthwhile before we get to the individual pieces here. I'm generally supportive of this general approach. I'm interested in hearing the other motions, Councillor Smart. I do think, to the points raised by the people, I think this was done, 4 and a bit years ago at the end of a council term. And, I think it's emblematic a little bit of coming up with a solution and then going forth and seeing how we can accommodate that solution. I think I really appreciated some of the comments from the speakers here. I do think that we can probably start separating some of these issues around leaf blowers versus noise. And I think it really does highlight, I thought that, the points around, noise sensitivity and things play out against things people with disabilities who really need is the maximum amount of physical support on some of these things. And so these are, like many things, competing issues. But I did appreciate the staff reports, sort of a breakdown of bang for the buck at the end of the day of how we're going to maximally use our resources, financial and time, to get the most good for the community and the environment. So with that, over to you, Councillor Smart. Sorry, I'm going to call the questions since seeing no other hands. Oh, sorry, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. So seeing as that option 1 and its components is on the floor for debate, I will speak against the option on the floor. I feel pretty strongly that at this stage of the game, the regulatory environment or the options available to council are different than they were 4 years ago. The options available to council as far as supporting a incentive program have also changed. And so I feel pretty strongly that there is a role for council here and for the district to play in terms of both incentivizing and regulating gas-powered equipment. And so I believe that we need to evaluate really strongly and really carefully what our options are as far as incentive and disincentive. So I would say specifically, I would seek actually option number 2 with an analysis of a potential incentive program that was not supported by LGCAP, knowing that that is more than likely not an option heading forward, and also some targeted bylaw changes with respect to the anti-noise bylaw to target specific machinery that has been referenced in comments here from the public, and council is well aware are causing most of the problems in the community. So there is valuable information in this report. It's an excellently prepared report. I'm not saying that there is not value in everything included in option one. I would like to see council, I would vote against it only because I would like to see council be more deliberate in having a project options analysis for an incentive and a targeted regulatory approach, which I think is within the purview of council. So, thank you, Your Worship.
Braithwaite?
Thanks very much, Mayor. I appreciate that. I'm going to be voting in favor of option one. I appreciate the work that staff have undertaken on this file, and I also appreciate the passion of the residents who originally brought this issue forward all those years ago. I believe everyone around this table shares the objective of reducing emissions, improving environmental outcomes, and addressing concerns around noise and air quality wherever we can. For me, the question is not whether climate action is important. The question is how we best deploy limited staff time, financial resources, and community effort to achieve the greatest environmental benefit. I understand the frustration that's been expressed by some residents who supported the original 2022 resolution, and I expect a phase-out plan to be, I expected a phase-out plan to be in place by now. But the correspondence that we received reflects a genuine concern that not enough progress has been made, and that residents feel the issue has been delayed for too long. So I think it's important that we acknowledge those concerns and thank the residents for continuing to advocate for environmental issues that matter to them. Since the original resolution was adopted, staff have done additional research and identified several important considerations. There's a significant jurisdictional and legal questions surrounding a municipal ban on gas-powered garden equipment. A bylaw-based primary on environmental protection may require provincial approval. No municipality in BC has yet implemented a community-wide ban on gas-powered garden equipment, and staff have identified that the expected greenhouse gas reductions are relatively modest compared with total community emissions. Additional work would require staff resources that may affect other council priorities, as we've heard, and climate initiatives. And so those are important facts that weren't really fully understood when the original resolution was passed. And I think what I really believe is that the most environmental responsible decision is not necessarily the one that feels the most ambitious. Sometimes it's the one that achieves the greatest measurable benefit with the resources that we have available. And I think the resources we have available now are dictating the steps that we should take next. Thank you.
I don't have any other, oh, Councillor Patterson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I too will be supporting the motion that is put forward. And as Councillor Braithwaite did state, the District of Oak Bay does not have the sole authority on this. The equipment can be legally purchased across Canada, and so it would require provincial approval also. And I certainly want to thank staff for a very thorough report, and we do press the staff to work on behalf of the district to find us the best solutions, and I think Ms. Woods has outlined that clearly in her report, the best solutions for reducing emissions based on the capacity of both the staff and the funding. And so I think that the staff have fulfilled that responsibility diligently, and I do appreciate certainly comments from residents in the community about particularly the noise of the leaf blowers. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that enforcement is also not easy to conduct because it would require people perhaps on weekends, after hours, whenever. So I think that there are things that we can do with the noise bylaw, but I will support this because I feel staff are working in the best interests of the community to work on behalf of our climate action plan. So I'll support it. Thank you.
So I'll go ahead, Councillor Smart, and then I will go through these one by one to call the question. And we can speak to them individually as well if we wish. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate those residents that did take the time to write in and share some very thorough letters with council. We have seen those, and I would also have been in support of option 2, but really do understand the the new information that we have in front of us and the staff capacity that we've had to deal with this, being that this has been in the planning department and we have obviously had a lot of housing initiatives that have been on our plate the last few years. And so with, I understand the frustration from the community, and I just want to clarify that in a sense with these motions going forward, we are still keeping this in another bucket, and I understand it's a slower process than everybody wanted, but I just want to outline, even especially with the last motion of removing it as a resolution, it's just simply because we are putting it in another container in which to make sure that it is actually prioritized still at the council table. And I do feel like there are some innovative things that we can do in the meantime, and I'll be bringing those up as an amendment in a motion arising.
Councillor Rainey wishes to speak?
Thank you. I just want to also add that I really appreciate the public input into this issue, especially the letter, as I previously mentioned, from Oak Bay Climate Force. I really appreciated that letter from Andrea Careless. And I realize this has been, on some level, a disappointment, but I think it's a good example of maybe going for too much and instead doing it in chunks and starting with leaf blowers. I think the other issue is that the municipality itself has not been able to convert entirely their equipment, and they're trying. But I think it's very difficult then to try and convince the community to make a conversion when the municipality is still unable to do that. So I think this is a good approach, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move through these. So they've all been moved and seconded. So I'll go to the first one, which is the consider and prioritize assessment as part of the Community Climate Action Plan. So it has been moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion on that portion? I'll call the question then. All those in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Appleton opposed. Then the second portion, which is develop additional communications and educational materials about the benefits of switching and make this information available on the district's website. It's been moved and seconded. Councillor Smart, you indicated you might have a motion to amend.
Yes, thank you. I have a motion to amend just to add a further clarification opportunity that I see exists, and that staff utilize the Coolkit program event framework to host an educational event with garden service providers and residents who have switched to electric garden care equipment to share their knowledge with other residents and garden care providers.
Sir, can I just get you to read it aloud one more time so we have it on the record?
No problem. And that staff utilize the Coolkit program event framework to host an educational event with garden service providers and residents who have switched to electric garden care equipment to share their knowledge with other residents and garden care providers.
Yep. So it's moved and seconded. Is that clear to everybody? So the motion on the floor is to add that language to this piece. So on the amendment only, not to the whole. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. So we now have an amended second point. So the motion is live on the floor as amended. Any other people speaking to that? Councillor Watson.
I think it's a great idea. I know that a couple of years ago there was a climate Coolkit information night, and a bunch of issues were covered, and the turnout was great. The community engagement and discussion was fabulous, and so I think it's a really great place to bring those resources together and share them with the community.
Okay, Councillor Appleton on the motion as amended.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm appreciative of this amendment because to my mind, it actually brings it into something which is tactile and constructive. What is outlined here in option number 2 is really, to my mind, really the minimum that we could do. And I appreciate staff bringing it forward, but it really is essentially a real bare minimum option. So I appreciate I will support the amended option, mostly because it provides an actual tactile constructive piece of information that we can pass along to relevant users. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. And then the last item, which is to remove Council Resolution 2022-436 from the outstanding Council resolutions. This is a procedural piece at this point, since we've already adjusted this, given it to staff. Any other discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor? Those opposed? Councillor Appleton opposed. Councillor Smart, did you have a motion arising?
Yes, thank you. My motion arising is that staff bring back a plan to council for phasing out district-owned gas-powered lawn and garden equipment.
Before I take a seconder, because I thought I heard from staff that they were working on that already, so I just want to clarify if that motion is necessary, if that work is underway already. And I think Mr. Soulier is still with us. Welcome back.
So is the question, just so I understand, whether we're working on a plan right now or that we need direction?
So there was just a suggestion of a motion arising to direct staff to work on a plan to phase out gas-powered garden equipment.
Yeah, so at this point, staff are not working on a plan. So that direction would be something that we would take away if council provides that.
Okay. So can you just read the motion again?
That staff bring back a plan to council for phasing out district-owned gas-powered lawn and garden equipment.
Is there a seconder for that? Okay, go. Questions are in order.
The question, just, when we say plan, are we looking for project options analysis, or are we looking for something? I'm looking for a little bit of clarification as to the scope of plan.
Sure. Mr. Soulier, this is probably a question for you as to what you would anticipate bringing back to council. Probably not wanting to create a giant work order for you or for our climate action team. I'd probably fall more into your department. So yeah, just what would you anticipate if this motion were to be seconded and get support?
Yes, and to your point, that it would be ideal to not have this be a major undertaking. At this point, we are working through, each time we procure new equipment, we're evaluating the options for electrification and to see if the market is there in terms of the level of durability and intense use that we have, as well as the charging infrastructure that I mentioned earlier to support those types of equipment. What is lacking is sort of a specific plan that gives a target, date or timeline and financial implications for advancing towards that particular target. So it is very much a sort of a operational matter that we're working through as we procure, but it also plays into some of our long-term planning related to the work chart as well. So, so in terms of a plan, a scope, schedule, and a budget would be something that we'd be developing and bringing that to council for consideration.
Is that understood? Okay. So the motion's been made. Is there a seconder for that motion? Moved and seconded. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. The reason I'm bringing this forward is because I do feel that there is a strong interest in the community for some leadership on this item, and this is a piece that we can do and show leadership on while we're having the other process work through the Community Climate Action Plan. I always think it's important to set a good example at home of what we're asking our residents to do. I'm not asking in this motion for a specific date for 2030. I'm giving entire freedom, to staff to come up with what they think is reasonable. But I think if we don't have goals and targets, and we're making a decision each time a purchase is made, it can be really helpful and inspiring to have a plan, whatever that means for staff. And I think that is a leadership piece that we could do at this table.
Councillor Appleton, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate the comments. I appreciate the motion being brought forward. I think it's absolutely possible for us to lean in more intentionally on phasing out municipally owned gas equipment and to look at all of our options. Being personally acquainted with some folks that work in this milieu and have actually done some research and analysis about the coming online of new electric equipment, it's actually pretty compelling, the range and the quality of new electric equipment coming online, which was not present even a couple of years ago. So having kind of received some of this information and heard about some of the capability of some of the new equipment, I think that there's a lot more options for us there. So I think now is definitely the time to lean in, as I say, and be intentional about a plan with some target dates, to phase out gas-powered equipment to the maximum extent possible by the district. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks,
Patterson, and then Watson, just for the record. Go ahead.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I'm struggling with this because I think that all the conversations that I've had with the manager of parks and the director of parks, every time something comes up, they do attempt to switch over to an electric apparatus. So I understand where this motion is coming from, but where I struggle is how much staff time this is going to take to put this together when we're already going down that path. So I'll be interested to hear everybody else's comments around this, because I'm leaning towards not supporting it, even though I understand the intent from the mover. So thank you.
Councillor Patterson and Watson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And while I appreciate the intent of Councillor Smart in bringing this forward, I will not support it. I know that the staff, and we have in fact had that experience at council, when they are considering new equipment, they do come to council and they make recommendations, just as they did on some of the new fire vehicles and the police vehicles. But I think that there is also a big piece of this that is aside from the equipment, and that is a review of the entire public works facility itself. And so I would prefer staff to stay focused on exactly that, on working on the plans for the facilities that tie into this. You can't just change over the equipment without the backbone to run it. And some of this equipment is not without negative experiences, as certainly I've experienced with the police vehicles that are now electrified vehicles, but they have not yet resolved totally the alarm systems in them going off at all hours. So, there is quite a bit of work, but I really want to stay focused on the facilities and how we deal with that, get the backbone infrastructure for whatever we're doing, and still continue examining whenever we are procuring equipment, the reports that come forward from staff, and staff are diligent in saying, these are the options, these are the costs, and this is what we can handle with capacity in the district, with the facilities to support that backbone. So I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Watson.
Thank you. And I do appreciate the intention of the motion, and I think it would be nice if by adopting this that we were signaling to the community that something really different would happen. But what I think I'm hearing from staff, and I appreciate their advice, is that the ability to make decisions around our own equipment has to be very iterative right now, and that a plan might be too rigid and actually hamper us. And there'll be an investment in time in producing a plan which may not make much sense when, at the very time when we've got other capital concerns to support any these kinds of changes that are bigger than this particular issue. So I don't particularly think that requesting a plan from staff right now would be a good use of their time, and I don't think it would be that fruitful. So I will not support the motion, even though I do understand the intent.
Councillor Green?
I also will not support the motion for many of the reasons that have been stated, but I also think it's much easier to convert on small-scale maintenance operations than it is on a large-scale facility like ours in Oak Bay or like any municipality. And I think it takes a lot of research. I know that when we converted all of our garden equipment to battery operated, it required a lot of research. It also required a budget. And so I think we just have to be mindful that it can't be done overnight, that a plan may not be possible at this point in time. But I appreciate the intent. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking briefly to this, I think there's always, giving a staff direction is a change of direction and needs some pretty clear benefits to that. And I do think that, the pro of that, if we had a clear set of information we could make a plan on, I'd be supportive of this motion. I think what I keep hearing from staff is, I believe when the motion came forward for leaf blowers 4 and a bit years ago, the anticipation was they anticipated viable equipment within a year or two. And so we're still sort of in the same boat, that it's getting very close. What I did hear is that the continuous evaluation is going on, and the transition is already happening for the lighter equipment, and it will happen for the heavier equipment as it happens. So I struggle with this motion because I think it's signaling a change of direction or a specific direction on something that doesn't have a clear mechanism for evaluating a plan, a timeline, and a budget, because we don't know that information yet. And what I've heard is that as that information is coming in, that work is being done. So I don't think I'm going to support this, because I think it adds a request for a piece of work that isn't going to drive change faster, which I think was the intention behind it. Okay, we have the motion on the floor, motion arising. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? I have Councillor Patterson, Braithwaite, Green, Watson, and myself opposed. That fails. Is there any other items on this item? Okay, I move now to 7.2, the 2025 annual report. Ms. Anderson is here this evening with us to present. No new information in here, but it's our summary of all things that happened in 2025. Welcome, Ms. Anderson.
That's great. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, members of council. I'm pleased to present the 2025 annual report. The community charter requires that the district approve an annual report prior to June 30 of each year and provide an opportunity to the public to inspect the report and provide feedback. The annual report highlights municipal services, operations, and progress since 2025 and includes the various reporting documents provided to council throughout the year, including the district's audited financial and reporting documents. There is one omission in this annual report that I want to point out that we're going to correct. On page 14, in council's priorities, the word accessibility was omitted from inclusion and diversity. So we will be updating that on the website. Other than that, the annual report is before you seeking approval, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you very much for that. Are there questions? Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Actually, this is just one little thing. I may have missed something, but on page 2 of the report package, the report references council approving the audited financial statements on May 11th, 2025. And I'm wondering if that should have said May 11th, 2026. Oh, okay.
Yes, thank you. That's correct.
Councillor Green, then Councillor Smart.
I would be prepared to move approval, or do you want questions first?
You can move. No, we have it subject to public input, so I'm going to seek public input.
Oh, I
before
see.
get a
Sorry.
motion.
Yeah,
So we'll just
thank
stick
you.
with questions at this point. Councillor Smart.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to staff. My first question was just with regards to the population data that is brought up, which on my agenda is page 166, 124. I just wondered where we get the population data from, because it was significantly lower in 2025, and I just wasn't familiar with that information. I wonder if it's possible to find out where that information comes from.
This is a document compiled by almost every member of staff across the organization, so I'm hoping someone in the room here was involved in that particular data set. Ms. Anderson, do you know?
Thank you, Mayor. We relied on our colleagues in the planning department to provide those numbers.
Mr. Bull?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mayor. Through you, we'll double check the numbers and the source. There's different estimates around. There's the census, but also BC Stats provides estimates. So we'll double check that number. Thanks.
Yeah, I think the only important thing is that it's consistent year to year, right? So if we're looking at trends over time. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. My next question was just with regards to on page 120 of the report, there's a list of reserves, and I just wondered if staff could clarify why the Climate Action Reserve Fund isn't listed and what the asterisks is actually referred to on that page. Thank you.
I'll give that to Ms. Hunter, who's our Acting Director of Finance.
Thank you very much. Yes, Council has a reserve and surplus policy which outlines reserves that are set up by bylaw, and those are the ones that we include in our annual financial statements and then make it through to the annual report. There are some additional grants that we receive from the province which require us to report out publicly, and those are the ones that are asterisks, I believe. I haven't got my page up here. And those are why they would be also included in that list. With respect to operating reserves, such as the Climate Action Reserve, they are rolled up under that operating reserve fund.
Anything else, Councillor Smart?
Yeah, thank you, through Mayor. Just one last question through you to staff. I just wondered, this is my yearly question, is it possible next year to add a metric under the engineering section for active transportation as one of the categories in addition to sidewalks and roads? Thank you.
We'll take that as requested for Ms. Hunt.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I will take that back to the engineering department. I believe they looked at it this year, but as we have not yet completed any of our active transportation networks, that's why it wasn't included in this report. But next year we will have at least 2 under completion, and so we'll include that data as a KPI.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mayor. And actually, speaking of which, of adding things in, I know it's not a requirement, but I think many municipalities now include a short section highlighting things like major challenges encountered during the year, staffing pressures, recruitment difficulties, major risks looking forward, etc. And it just maybe will offer a little bit more of a level of transparency and an explanation of why some things have to happen within a municipality. And so maybe a consideration of adding a section with something like that. Thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion. So I don't see any other questions from members of council, so I'm going to turn to members of the public. Does any member of the public wish to address council on 7.2, the 2025 annual report? Welcome. And anybody online, please raise your hand at this time. We didn't have 1,000 hands showing up in the room, so we may get through the public input quickly. Please go ahead. I'll let you introduce yourself, Mr. Zelka.
Mayor and Council, my name is Eric Zelka. I live in North Oak Bay, and I'm very pleased to be here and to have this opportunity under the Community Charter, Sections 98 and 99, to hold your feet to the proverbial fire, shall we say. I really appreciate that, and I know we all want to look good. We all want to have great reports, and the report looks fabulous, staff, and you have done a great job in the last year. I really want to commend you for under trying times and under some interesting provincial mandates. So well done overall. But allow me to ask a couple of questions. One or two actually just came up, and I understand under the Community Charter, Section 99, subsection 1, I'm able to ask lots of questions, and hopefully I'll get an answer here at the table. We'll see. So one question that came up just today, with respect to outstanding council resolutions, I'd like to ask if there's any way to get a measure added to this report going forward, where since council inherits decisions made by previous councils, I have vague memories of addressing things like, gas-powered items, gas-powered initiatives to reduce Parks and Rec and Culture's equipment. I'm just wondering whether that list of outstanding council resolutions could be included in here on a measure along the lines of we were able to close these much, we were able to maintain those, or we were able to action these ones as a measure, which from a point of view of the public, we could see whether you're just simply passing resolutions but not actually actioning them, which is a measure, or whether you're actually seeing them right through to completion, or whether you're simply just closing off.
So I'll just say, I don't know if it's possible. We can certainly take it away and look at it. We do post that information on our website, and we do track it, and it is very public. It is a very large report, so adding it in here may cause some issues, but we can certainly take it away as a suggestion, Mr. Zelka.
I wasn't able to find that list, but I'll certainly do my best to search the website a bit better. Thank you. Another question then on another aspect with respect to this report, and I am asking specifics to this report. And sometimes there's things in here, and sometimes I'm asking about things that are not in here and want to ask really why. So let me start with states of emergency. I have vague memories that there's at least 2 states of emergency in effect today in the District of Oak Bay. One has to do with housing, and one has to do with the environment. States of emergency that were passed by previous councils. I think one may have been passed by this council, I'm not sure. There's no mention of that in this report with respect to measures. So let me ask the first question. Are those states of emergency still in effect?
You're stretching my memory here, Mr. Zelka. I don't think there are any states of emergency. I think there's like declaring of a climate emergency, which is not the same thing as declaring a state of emergency.
Thank you for a better wording. Yes, exactly.
So I don't know. We don't typically.
You're right.
It's an interesting suggestion that those declarations could include part of it. They certainly form part of their priorities.
Well, since it's not mentioned in this report, and it seemed relevant as a measure of a motivator for the district, I'm just wondering if those, not state of emergency, what did we call them then? What was the word for it you used that we had passed? A declaration of a high level of concern, and I believe the word emergency was used for both housing and also for the environment. So just wondering, are those high levels, often referred to as emergencies, still in effect?
Yeah, I don't recall, think this council ever passed a housing emergency resolution.
Okay, so we don't, or we only have one?
We don't have any states of emergency, Mr. Zelka. We just have
Alright.
the one declaration. So we'll take your point. It could be included in here as a statement.
All right, so with respect to the declaration of emergency around environment, what are the measures that maybe could be added to this report to indicate what has been done, what has been not done, and what is the criteria for ending that state of emergency?
Yeah.
Or
Again,
a declaration, or whatever the word is.
Sure, I'll take your point. I'm not going to answer the question because I don't know the answer to that question.
Very much appreciate that, because I couldn't find anything here about that. But I do hear people refer to it, that it's still in effect, but I just don't have any information about it. Thank you very much. Appreciate about that. I noticed the report makes reference to professional archaeologists with respect to public works. And my question has to do with, I couldn't find any cost mentioned about that. I couldn't find any sort of a place where this has been done. I understand, of course, it's being used with respect to known archaeological sites within the district, and also for those chance finds when digging up pipes and finding instead something that's more 5,000 years old that needs to be obviously respected, known as a skeleton. And especially in the Uplands area, which, if I remember correctly, there's been an estimate that the Uplands, if Uplands was declared a cemetery, it would be the largest cemetery in all of Victoria because of the number of interments there for the number of thousands of years. So the question I wanted to ask with respect to costs and those sort of things, where would the cost of that be shown in the documents? And is there any way that there's a measure with respect to reconciliation? Because these, of course, are related to protocols and works that's being done with First Nations.
Again, interesting question. We don't currently have any metrics in terms of meetings, I guess, and things of that nature are possible in terms of reconciliation, relationships. Obviously, hard to put into a report, quantification of relationships. And no, we don't currently track the costs specific to archaeological. I can say that we are bound by the requirements of the Heritage Act, which is also undergoing a review right now by the province, which might change those costs. And they are not insignificant. We are required to, if we are doing any digging in any known places, to have archaeological oversight. So I can leave it there. I don't. It's something that we might consider as a piece to track in our annual report.
Plus, as something to contribute to direct physical evidence of how we work with reconciliation in a tangible way, to show that respect and those protocols that I understand are in place, and that I commend staff for the delicacy and the respect they bring to that work that has to be done. Next question, please. With respect to Parks, Rec, and Culture. I recall approximately 10 years ago, the district was able to achieve approximately 80 to 85% recovery from the gate, if you know what I mean. And in terms of the total expenses of running Parks, Rec, and Culture operations was covered by approximately 80% of the take at the gate, the cost of the money collected for programming, the money collected for drop-in classes, those sorts of things. But 10 years ago, it was about 80 to 85%, if I recall correctly. And someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but that number seems to sort of be there. This document, and from just a bit of calculations, appears to show we're only getting about 55% of our overall costs covered. First of all, is that number accurate? And a follow-up question is, as a measure, why? Why not? Are we not covering more?
So I don't know the exact percentages, Mr. Zalka. My apologies. It has gone down over the years, absolutely. It may be possible to have Mr. Soulier come and speak to that to a degree. I will say that, like, for instance, there is always an effort to keep our use of our facilities somewhat affordable, but we have increased the gate increases this year to try and make up some of that slip Certainly, we were prevented from increasing those numbers during COVID. For example, for getting some of our funding, we were required, excuse me, we were required to freeze a number of our admission costs and so forth. But Mr. Soulier, perhaps you can talk at a bigger picture about the generalized trends. And just confirmation, I don't believe we show the recovery rate sort of holistically across years as part of our annual report. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And I think we've had this discussion in the context of the financial plan as well. So a few points on this. First of all, I'm not totally sure what was in the calculation that's being referred to, and if that included non-revenue generating elements of the operation or not. Certainly with the aging infrastructure that we have, additional costs are being expended than it would have been, say, 10, 15 years ago on facilities when it comes to the maintenance. So when we look at the revenue generating operations, those would be higher than 50 or 60%. Those are up in that high 70s, probably in the 80s. We haven't done analysis on a site-by-site calculation in terms of recovery per recreation facility. I understand that at some point in the past that was something that was done, but this is a conversation that we've had with council about identifying what would be included in that type of calculation and establishing a formula and monitoring that going forward.
So in the context of the annual report here, Mr. Zelka, we don't track that over time. Is something we might want to look at doing?
Thank you, and I'd like to request that that be considered going forward, because that's a very valuable metric that could help the public and help with transparency, and also report out how well we're doing to the province with respect to measures. It's great to know that the number of physical people have gone up since last year, and it's great to see the pool open till 10 p.m. now, every single day of the week. Wow, this is fantastic. This is good progress. I'm still looking forward to it being at the same service levels as it was before the pandemic, up till 1 in the morning, if I recall. But I'm looking forward to that one day, since I'm more of a night owl. So the last question I have for you, before hopefully there's lots more people to hold your feet to the fire on this one, since we can ask about anything related to this report. FOI requests. I see the numbers are actually showing here in terms of the total numbers of FOI requests, and that's great. As a measure, it'd be great to know also the cost to the district of those FOIs, number one, and is there a place where one can go where, if all that work's been done, where the public can actually see the results of those FOIs, as many other local authorities and other levels of government provide that information? Because again, for transparency and for since the work's been done, just wondering whether that's available to us. All of those wonderful, I see 19 levels of FOI done in 2023 requests, and 49 done in 2025.
I may pass the question about posting it to our Director of Corporate Services, Ms. Anderson. Is that we don't, I don't know if we do it now or not. To be honest, I don't think we do. And are we able to do that?
At this time, thank you, through the mayor. At this time, there isn't a plan to do an open source data of our FOI requests. You can see we're trending upwards, and so we're focusing on completing our FOI requests in legislated time. And the time it takes to do those FOIs, we haven't had an opportunity to have a plan to put them on the website.
And just a secondary question on the question of cost. My understanding, if they're within a certain number, a couple of hours of work, it's free. And if it takes over that, there's essentially a formulaic model for recovery of those costs. Is that correct?
Yes, there is. And in addition to that, we are currently tracking the amount of hours, even when we don't bill for FOIs, just so we do have some metrics in the future for how much resource it is taking up to process the FOIs.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you. I very much appreciate that. I mean, it tends to not look good with the public needing to do 49 this year versus 19 2 years ago. That implies things. So to avoid that implication, having it available to the public might actually get that number down, and might also get the cost down, because I'm sure some of those FOIs are probably repetitions, and that would be such a shame to know that people have to ask multiple times for the same information. Anyway, thank you very much. I really appreciate this.
Thank you.
Well done.
Does anybody else have any questions for council or comments for council on item 7.2, the annual report? I don't see any hands online. So now I will come back to this table. Councillor Green, indicated you wish to move the
I will move the
recommendation.
recommendation that we approve the annual report for 2025.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? Councillor Patterson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do have a comment about it. There was only one real feature in the annual report that I found a little disappointing, and that was the performance on sidewalks, with less than 1% of them being replaced in the community. They were high on the community survey and in fact, of residents wanting them done. 31% of residents said they were dissatisfied. So that's one area that I continue to advocate for improvement on. But other than that, I would say, because I do always read one against the previous year to see how our performance has gone, and I must commend staff. The staff performance on this annual report against the stated goals in the previous report is overall very good. Staff have delivered on stated goals and largely completed all that they said that they would do. And of course, we did have a clean audit in the finance department too, and so there was a lot of work on that. And so I really want to commend staff on achieving such a high level of completion of the stated goals from the prior year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Green?
I don't think I'll have to motivate to get people to support this motion, but I too would like to thank staff for an excellent report. I also think the format is much improved, and it continues to improve year over year. I think the information is much easier for the public to access and read. There is a lot of information contained in the report, and I would encourage people to read it. And then if you have questions, by all means, bring the questions to us or to staff, and they will help interpret. But I think this was an excellent report, and I want to thank staff, in particular corporate services. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Seeing no other hands, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Thank you. We now move to the next item on the agenda, which is Section 8. This session does not have public input directly on these applications. So the first order is the zoning bylaw amendment for 2579 Cadboro Bay Road. Mr. Green.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. I would just like to obviously introduce our new planner, Serena Claver, who started with us in March, who will be introducing this item. So thank you very much, and I'll hand over to Serena to walk you through this application that she is the file manager for.
Great, thank you. Welcome, Ms. Claver.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian, and thank you, Mayor and Council. The application before Council this evening concerns a proposed zoning amendment to permit a site-specific cannabis retail store at 2579 Cadboro Bay Road, a commercially zoned property that currently operates as Liquor Plus. The site is surrounded by a mix of commercial services, including the Old Farm Market, Machi Sushi, Slater's Meats, and 49 Below Ice Cream, as well as residential uses and forms part of an established pedestrian-oriented neighborhood node at Cadboro Bay Road and Estevan Avenue. Council's consideration this evening is focused specifically on whether the proposed use is appropriate at this location and whether the application satisfies the district's policy framework, land use objectives, and design expectations. The proposal is generally consistent with commercial function of the neighborhood village designation. The application would occupy an existing commercial space, Liquor Plus storefront, which is 1,050 square feet, and would not introduce changes to building masses, scale, or site layout. Only a new storefront sign and interior layout changes are proposed. The Advisory Planning Commission considered the application on May 20th, 2026, consideration being given to the visual exterior design of the proposed storefront. Should council proceed with the application as recommended, notices of the bylaw would be given, and an amendment of the bylaw would return to council for further consideration in accordance with the Local Government Act. The proposed retail use is also subject to provincial cannabis licensing requirements through the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch.
Applicants Dugald Smith and Brett Large are here in the audience to provide a presentation, which is attached to the agenda if you wish, and to answer questions from council. Staff are also happy to answer any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cleaver. Certainly, I'll leave it if there are questions for the applicant. We have the presentation in our agenda package. I think anybody who's interested should have a look at that. But just in the interest of time, we're a little behind our schedule tonight, and I think unless there's, I'll just seek if there's, go to questions first. It's quite likely that there will be some questions that the applicant needs to answer. Please go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what we're actually deciding on this one, and whether we're deciding if cannabis should be legal in Oak Bay, or if we're deciding whether Oak Bay residents should continue purchasing it elsewhere, since it's legal everywhere in Canada. So when I read the report, I kind of looked at it and I thought there's a couple of things that do jump out to me, and I would like to know if staff can provide the distance between the proposed cannabis retail location and Willows Elementary School, and indicate perhaps how that compares to other jurisdictions. Thank you.
Absolutely. Through the mayor, staff did take this in consideration, and I think from measurement of lot line to lot line, starting from the entrance of the existing Liquor Plus to the closest proximity of the lot line to Willows Elementary was approximately 160 meters. Walking distance, if you were to take what someone on foot would be able to travel, was over a kilometer. So depending on how you ran measurements, but most municipalities within the CRD that have council policies that actually speak to location to either elementary, high school, middle school, or daycares is a minimum of 200 meters.
If I may, Mayor, and so that's just from the lot line, that's not from the front door of the school, because from the front door of the school, it would be much further distance.
Correct.
Thank you. And then my next question, if I may, if council approves this application, does staff envision bringing forward a broader cannabis retail policy for Oak Bay? Is that something that's on the agenda for us?
I'll lean to our deputy director.
That would, through your worship, to Councillor Braithwaite, that would only be if that's the will of council to direct staff to bring forward a broader amendment to the district zoning bylaw. But as Ms. Cleaver explained, this is a site-specific zoning amendment specifically for 2579 Cadboro Road.
I guess, and then since this is the first one that's come forward, and I know that in our municipality we have approximately 18,000 people, and I think in one of the districts that I looked at, they have 17,000 people and they have 6 stores, and we have no stores in our no cannabis stores in our jurisdiction. So I wonder do we know yet if we approve one, if this went ahead and was approved, would we then continue to allow other stores to be opened up within the municipality? Or I guess that's something that would come from a report. So I've answered my own question, so thank you.
All right, go ahead, Councillor Green, Watson.
Thank you very much, and through you to staff, and thank you for the report, and welcome. You have recommended that in the recommendation that we waive the requirement to hold a public hearing. Can I just understand the rationale for that recommendation? Thank you.
Sure. Ms. Cleaver?
If I may, I might lean on our deputy director to speak to that decision.
Sure. Mr. Green?
I guess the legislation was amended in, 2025 in relation to public hearings. So whilst this application, council is not prohibited from holding a public hearing, council could still waive a public hearing. From staff's perspective, we generally find that this proposal is consistent with the OCP. However, it is ultimately a council's decision whether council wants to have a public hearing for this or not. And there is therefore some options accordingly in terms of giving notice. If council wishes to have a public hearing, then council would need to give first and second reading to a bylaw. So there are some slightly different processes associated with which avenue council wishes to go down.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Move to Councillor Watson.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions about the application in its context. One is, in the report, it suggests, or it says that there will be 10 security cameras installed on site, and I just wondered what on site meant and who they will be surveilling.
It's probably a question for the applicant.
Through the mayor, yes. I may ask our applicant, Dugald Smith, to come in and speak to the broader provincial regulatory licensing requirements, which directly correlates with security and video cameras on site.
Yeah, thank you and welcome. You're Mr. Smith?
Yeah, hi, Dugald Smith.
Welcome.
Yeah, so I'm here representing the proponent. I'm a former Deputy General Manager of the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch. So the provincial legislation is very prescriptive in terms of CCTVs within the store, how the cannabis is stored, how it's locked up. So the inclusion of the 10 cameras is a security provision that's through the licensing and the terms of the license. So it's not an external community camera. It's for folks who decide to go in and buy cannabis at the store. There is provisions within the provincial legislation to have closed circuit TVs.
Good, thank you. Councillor Watson?
Yeah, thank you. The next question may, I guess it's maybe for the applicant too. In your presentation package, you showed another example of a store, maybe it was in Saanich, which is a completely blank face to the street. And I wondered if is that in other municipalities an applicant choice, or has that been regulatory requirements of other places that you would have a street frontage that is so closed off?
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, the inclusion of that is to show the branding, and in the specific location where that store is, just the configuration of the store, it has limited street front exposure. So, but the best practice is to have the inside of the store visible from the street, and certainly some of the mock-ups of the proposed store up on Cadboro Bay Road would have a transparent glass for the top half and probably some translucent glass on the bottom half that has the Canna Plus branding on it. So there were formerly regulations that required stores to be opaque and closed from the street, but those were repealed soon after cannabis legalization, I think in probably 2019 or 2020, on the recommendations of police. So this store would be very transparent to the street. Notwithstanding, the federal regulations don't allow for cannabis to actually be shown in like a store window or something like that. It has to be back from the window to the store.
Thank you.
And just one final question, and I guess it's for the applicant too, because you've got the experience, but clearly this is going into like a little neighborhood commercial zone in our community, and we want those places to be animated, and we want shopping activity, and we want the public out and about. How will, if you could comment on how if you were licensed and in that location, how you would serve that purpose by being there in that location, like animating the businesses and kind of adding to that, ambience.
It may be helpful as well to compare, since you have experience with both the marijuana and liquor. It's currently a liquor store.
Yeah, it's currently a liquor store. So, in terms of the signage and the branding, it's consistent with the Canna Plus brand, which is, I think, it's got a very pleasant appeal to it in terms of the types of advertising. Health Canada, who is the federal regulator of cannabis, has very strict rules about signage, promotions, and advertising. So any cannabis store operating in Canada is constrained in how they present their sort of street side appeal based on those federal regulations. And in many ways, the federal regulations are aimed at making sure that cannabis isn't sold in a way that is made appealing to children. So it sort of goes back to that issue around schools. One of the ways that regulators mitigate the potential risk to youth is by being quite strict and making sure that Bugs Bunny isn't selling cannabis or anything like that. It's quite prescriptive in that sense.
Councillor Watson, anything else? Oh, sorry, Mr. Bull.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. If I may add to the answer on this question, I think the other element that I was asked about, what is the contribution to the atmosphere and in the neighborhood, so to say, or in this particular shopping area. And I think I would like to mention that just like currently the liquor store customers come in to do their errands, there's also a grocery store close by and some other businesses. So this is, in staff's view, pretty similar. It's just a different type of product, but it's all retail. It brings people to this area and they'll have an opportunity to buy their various products that they're looking for. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Smart, and then Patterson, and then I'll seek a motion.
Thank you. Through your Mayor to the applicant, most of my questions were answered thanks to my colleagues, but my remaining answer was just with regards to, we had a resident write in concerned about people potentially smoking in front of and behind the establishment on the private property, and I just wondered if you could comment about whether smoking would be permitted on the plaza site, if you're aware of that and the regulations. Thank you.
I think importantly, this is a retail store and cannabis is packaged in a manner that's regulated by the federal government. So this is, these are goods that people purchase and the expectation is it's put in a bag and they walk home with it, and it's not my experience in my regulatory background that people would go into these stores and then promptly consume the product in the street in front of them or in alleyways behind them, just as people don't, drink their Chardonnay in the parking lot. Typically, it's a product that's purchased and taken away somewhere else. So, I think that's I don't think that's a risk that is a real practical one.
Thank you. I have Councillor Smart, Councillor Patterson, and then that's the end of my speaking list.
Yes, thank you. One question for the applicant that this did come to the APC and they were supportive, and I think the applicant has answered all of the concerns that the committee had, and that was really about the visual element on the public space, because they didn't want to see just a blank wall. But one question that I'm not sure that we asked at that time is whether or not this shop will be also doing home delivery of cannabis.
I don't think there's any plan to do home delivery of cannabis. I know that cannabis retail store licensees, there are provisions for that, but my understanding, having spoken to people in the industry, that many shops don't do it because they have to keep a driver on site, and the costs to do that are not feasible. So you can get delivery from. I know that the BC Provincial Cannabis Store does delivery, so some people acquire their cannabis that way.
Thank you. Don't see other. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ms.
Through the Mayor, just to add, we do have the owner present, and he did confirm that they're not planning to do home delivery. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you. We have the report in front of us. See no other questions, so.
I'll make a motion that council direct staff to proceed with zoning bylaw amendment of application ZON 00069 for the property located at 2579 Cadboro Bay Road and waive the requirement to hold a public hearing.
Second.
Seconded. Is there any further discussion on this? Councillor Braithwaite?
Yeah, I think my question was really if Oak Bay is eventually going to allow one cannabis store, is this the right location? And I'm I was a little worried about the proximity to the elementary school, but then when I read the staff report, it really makes a strong case that it's in an existing commercial location, it's replacing a liquor store, it's a regulated operator, police have no objection, and it really aligns with the OCP. And again, I think, as I said before, we need to, we're not trying to decide whether it's legal, we're trying to decide whether or not Oak Bay residents should continue purchasing it elsewhere. And I think there'd be a good opportunity for our residents to be able to purchase it within Oak Bay. So I'm quite supportive of this. Thank you.
Discussion? Just cognizant of time, so keep your comments reasonably short. Councillor Watson?
Yes, I just wanted to say I do support this. I appreciated the applicant's answers to the questions. I do note this is, if this business were arriving for the first time and being built, it would be subject to our commercial mixed-use DPA, which specifically asks in commercial areas that there be a maximum amount of glazing on the facade of buildings and well-defined entries oriented towards the dominant street. And those guidelines are there because we're trying to create animated spaces in Oak Bay in our neighborhood village areas. And so that was my primary concern with this application. And as long as my council colleagues are convinced or feel that the arguments are strong enough that it will do that, then I don't see any issues with approving this application.
Green?
Yes, I'll speak briefly. I appreciated the residents' concerns. They were raised about the school-age children and also the ice cream shop, which attracts families. But really, it's no different than a liquor store, frankly, and it is legal in Canada. And I remember 8 years ago, I believe it was 2018, when I was re-elected, we had an application come forward, and I think I was the only one that voted to approve it. And so we've come a long way in 8 years. Did you as well? Yeah. So I'm pleased that this is going to be an opportunity for the owners, and I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. See no other hands. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. That carries. Thank you very much. And thank you. Good luck to the applicant. We now move on to item number 8.2, which is 960 Fowl Bay Road, Heritage Revitalization and Development Permit. Mr. Green, over to you. I think there's probably a fair bit of interest in the gallery for this one, and certainly online. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. This item relates to an official community plan, heritage revitalisation agreement and a development permit application for the property located at 960 Farrell Bay Road that Council originally considered on April the 27th of this year. At that meeting, Council referred the application back to staff and for the applicant to address a number of issues. The applicant has now made a number of revisions to the proposed developments that are summarised in the staff report. The applicant and their consultants are here this evening, and they do have a short presentation that provides an overview of the changes in response to Council's direction from April the 27th and to answer any questions that Council may have on the revisions. I'm happy to also answer any questions that Council may have on the application.
Certainly. I think I did see the presentation. It's really just a summary of the changes that have been brought forward, so I think it's worth doing that. I'm going to ask the applicant to keep the presentation fairly short, which it is, which is great, and then we'll get to questions, because I would like to make sure that we're giving some clear direction here tonight. So I think what I'll do is I'll let you introduce yourself, go into the presentation, then we'll get to questions from council. But just, yeah, put the microphone, perfect. And state your name, municipality.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Jennifer Travelby, and I am a resident of Oak Bay. I'm joined this evening by my colleague Russ Collins from Zebra Design and Katie Coomer from Coomer Heritage Consulting. I would like to begin by thanking council for the feedback and direction provided in April and for the opportunity to return this evening with a revised proposal. Our team has undertaken a comprehensive review of the application and carefully considered each of the 7 areas identified for further refinement. The proposal before you this evening is the result of that work. We have responded directly to each item through design revisions, additional commitments, and further investment in the project. Collectively, these changes strengthen the prominence of the Lawson residents, improve accessibility and housing diversity, reduce environmental impacts, enhance resident amenity spaces, and further support the long-term stewardship of this important heritage property. This evening, I will briefly walk through each of the 7 directions and demonstrate how the revised application responds. I'll begin with the streetscape along Brighton Avenue and what was originally proposed as a row of 7 townhomes, now amended to a duplex and an SSMUH type 4plex with additional landscape open site space. This revised arrangement creates a thoughtful transition in built form from the surrounding single-family neighborhood to the duplex, to the 4plex, and ultimately to the Lawson residence, resulting in a more graduated streetscape and increased open space throughout the site. The duplex has been intentionally designed with distinct architectural detailing to reinforce its residential character, helping it read more like a single-family dwelling and further strengthening this transition between existing neighborhood character and new housing form. In response to feedback regarding building form and character, the west elevation has been carefully redesigned to create a more articulated and residential expression, incorporating a dining room bay window, clear-story windows that introduce natural light while preserving privacy, and dedicated exterior access to the studio suites. As shown on the previous 2 slides, the flat roof portions of all townhome buildings have been lowered by 1 meter. The red line shown here illustrates the previously proposed roof height and highlights the significant reduction in overall building mass. Although already set back from the Lawson residence in the original proposal, the 2 townhomes closest to it along Foul Bay Road have been moved a further ½ meter away from the heritage home. Combined with the reduced building heights, these changes increase the visual prominence of the Lawson residence and reinforce its role as the defining architectural character of the site. In response to Council's direction to explore a greater diversity of unit types, each side of the new duplex has been designed with 2 bedrooms on the upper floor and an optional lock-off studio suite on the entry level, a feature incorporated at staff's suggestion. These flexible studio suites broaden the range of housing opportunities within the development by allowing the homes to function as either 2-bedroom residences, 3-bedroom residences, or homes with a separate rental suite. This flexibility supports a wider range of housing types and provides opportunities for rental accommodation. Our tenant assistant plan reflects an agreement made with our tenants in 2024 and complies with all requirements of the Residential Tenancy Act. From the outset, our objective has been to work collaboratively and respectfully with the existing tenants throughout the redevelopment process. The tenant assistant plan formalizes that commitment and provides clarity for all parties moving forward with financial compensation, relocation assistance, and flexible move-out options for all tenants. In response to Council's direction, the revised proposal reduces impermeable surface coverage from 72% to 49%, a significant improvement in the overall environmental performance of the site. This reduction was achieved through a combination of fewer dwelling units, fewer surface parking spaces, expanded landscape areas, and increased setbacks to the south and to the east. In addition, all proposed asphalt surfaces have been replaced with permeable paving stones, utilizing a mix of complementary tones to define parking areas and pedestrian routes while adding visual interest to the site design. The result is substantially more green space, improved stormwater infiltration, and a more generous landscape setting that further enhances the prominence and character of the Lawson residence. We have created new shared amenity space for future residents, including 2 new communal gathering areas within the development. These spaces have been carefully integrated into the landscape design to encourage resident interaction, informal gathering, and a stronger sense of community. The first is a shared picnic area beneath a vine-covered pergola located in front of the Lawson residence. And the second is a small community gathering space featuring a bench and a lending library situated beneath a new Gary Oak within the center of the site. Together, these spaces provide opportunities for residents to connect, to relax, and to enjoy the landscape beyond their private outdoor space. In response to Council's excuse me, direction regarding accessibility, infrastructure has now been incorporated to support future platform lifts at the main entrance of the and at the 3 lower level suites within the Lawson residence. These provisions will be secured through the Heritage Revitalization Agreement, allowing future residents to install platform lifts without a heritage alteration permit. Combined with the elevator already proposed to serve the 2 upper floors, these improvements create a clear pathway to wheelchair accessibility for all 8 units within the Lawson residence. Beyond physical access, these suite layouts have been refined to incorporate a range of adaptable design features that support aging in place and evolving mobility needs. This includes curbless showers, reinforced walls for grab bars, lever-style hardware and plumbing fixtures, and minimized floor transitions. In consideration of window materials for the Lawson residents, we evaluated the issue through a broader lens than just heritage appearance alone, considering long-term durability, maintenance requirements, building envelope resilience, and the practical realities of securing comprehensive home warranty coverage for multifamily heritage conversion, and the overall financial viability of the project. While wood windows may be preferable from a heritage perspective, they also introduce long-term maintenance obligations that would ultimately become the responsibility of future residents and the strata. We also explored aluminum-clad wood alternatives. However, the associated costs were not financially viable given the extensive heritage restoration, seismic upgrading, accessibility improvements, and other investments already being made in the Lawson residence. As a result, we are proposing custom color-matched high-performance vinyl windows that carefully replicate the appearance and proportions of traditional painted wood windows, while providing superior durability, energy performance, weather resistance, and significantly reduced maintenance costs. The application before you this evening reflects a great amount of thought and consideration in response to Council's direction and feedback, including reduced density, increased open space, enhanced accessibility, a comprehensive tenant assistance plan, additional housing diversity, and further refinements to support the prominence of the Lawson residents. This proposal preserves more heritage, retains more trees, delivers more housing diversity, and creates more public benefit than any likely alternative. And we believe that this is exactly the kind of balanced outcome we all envision for our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Travelby. I'm going to assume there are some questions here for members of the council, so happy to go to members of council with any questions. Go to Councillor Smart, Braithwaite, and Patterson to start with.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, to the applicant. My first question is just with regards to accessibility, and I appreciate the picture of the lift provided. Looking at the language of it potentially being a future item, I guess I'm just, from day one, the current proposal is basically suggesting that there wouldn't actually be any accessibility from day one. How do you imagine the future accessibility playing out? Is there a budget for that, or is that just something that may not materialize? If you could just clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Our intention was to build all of the infrastructure, meaning that all of the electrical conduit is there for specs that we will provide to the strata. And if that is something the strata wishes to proceed with, we can absolutely do that from day one for them. For the lifts that are going to the 3 lower suites, the infrastructure will also be there. We just thought that may not be appropriate at the time. It would really depend on ultimately the purchaser. So should any purchaser in the building want those lifts installed, we as the developer would absolutely do that from day one when they move in. But if there is not a resident at that time that is interested in having the lift installed, then everything they need, including the reinforced wall for the lift to move up and down, will be there. And like I mentioned, I've discussed with staff, and the provision for that lift will be included in the HRA, so that a heritage alteration permit would not need to be sought should any future residents move forward with installing the lifts.
Thank you. Please continue.
Well, thank you. Through you, Mayor, then to the applicant. So just to clarify, so my understanding correctly that the lifts for the lower units would be included in this proposal as a cost, but the lift to the upper units would be an additional cost that is not provided with this proposal?
Ms. Travelby?
Through you, Mayor, sorry for the confusion. The infrastructure for all 4 lifts will be there, the wiring, the conduit, the reinforced wall for the lifts to be moved. We will happily install the lifts if purchasers do want them installed at the time of completion, but we were not planning to install the lift, particularly at the main door, unless that is a wish of the future purchasers.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I just had one further question. I'll
Pardon
pass-
me, our heritage consultant would like to add to that. Sorry, I completely forgot the heritage reasoning behind that. My
Sure,
apologies.
why don't you have a seat at that table? there?
Sorry.
Yeah, Ms. Kumar.
Katie.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, through your mayor. My apologies. Can you hear me okay? Katie Kummer, City of Victoria, Heritage Consultant on the project. Yes, so part of the logic with this, so I could see you, this was a bit of a heritage quandary and conundrum, because typically these types of facilities, you have it at the rear of the building, but that wasn't really an option for this. So having it at the front, from a heritage perspective, is not necessarily as ideal as it could be, but I thought this was a really thoughtful compromise to allow it as an option, but if no one was in need of it, it meant that it didn't have to be there day one when, you know, everything is fresh and new and looks wonderful from the street. You could still see it in its full glory, but then there is this wonderful option that if there's someone in need, it could still be put on. That was kind of the logic. I hope that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kummer. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor, to the applicant. My next question is just with regards to the lowering of the massing of buildings that are not the Lawson residents. The Advisory Planning Commission suggested a potential strategy of lowering the top floor wall heights, coving the ceilings, and opening up the top floor vaulted ceilings as a way of bringing the overall massing down, including the peaked roof lines, to really, again, do everything we could to let the Lawson residents shine. And I'm just wondering if that strategy was explored, and if it's still an option from the applicant's point of view, or if it was ruled out. Thank you.
Mr. Collins.
Yes, we actually explored that idea. Because it's a hip roof around most of the building, it makes it very difficult to lower all the walls to that level. And then we considered just lowering the gables, but then they're so close to windows that like the overhang would hit windows that are proposed, and also they wouldn't align with the other overhangs, like the other gutters. So we decided just to lower the main roof and leave the gables the way they were. And it wasn't really any other way of lowering it other than to lower it in like the entire grade, which we're concerned about because we've got trees off property that we want to try and save. We don't want to affect the root systems of those trees, so lowering all the buildings I don't think would work very well.
Councillor Smart.
Thank you, through Mayor, to Mr. Collins. Just to follow up on that, we did have a letter writer write in suggesting that the height change might not be perceivable, and I just wondered from your design perspective if you feel like this change is going to have a noticeable perceptual impact from somebody standing on the street.
I think it will, but I also think that from the street, the height of the gables of the main house are really close to the same height as the ones we're proposing. So I don't really think anyone's going to stand back and go, oh, it's overpowering the Heritage House. I think the Heritage House is now dominant in the front. It's further forward, and it's what people are going to see more, and that other buildings are set back. And I think that's going to really help make the Heritage House stand out.
Next on my speaking list, Councillor Braithwaite and Patterson.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and through you. I think the April referral direction was fairly clear. We were asking for reduced massing, reduced height, reduced number of townhouses, greater heritage prominence, and I think from what I can read, the responses basically being that we have 16 townhouses reduced to 15. 2 studio suites were added, so the total count actually increased by 2. The building heights are largely unchanged. I know you say there's a meter difference, but they're largely unchanged. The roof form is modified a little bit, and 1 building has been split into 2. So I'm wondering, and this probably goes to staff, when we referred this application back, did you interpret our intent, council's intent as achieving a materially smaller development or simply exploring design changes? And in your opinion, is the overall scale of development, has it been materially reduced?
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. I will note that is ultimately our call, but back to staff on that question.
Through your worship, to Councillor Braithwaite, the specific direction from council, which was exploration of design solutions, and so from staff's perspective, we do think the applicant has made some effort to reduce the overall massing and building height, acknowledging that overall roof height is generally the same, and that's how the way we measure roof height is to the tallest part of a building, and so the overall roof height hasn't changed per se. However, as the applicant has explained, the middle part of the building has been reduced by a metre, and therefore also providing overall greater prominence to the Lawson residents, which was also probably the fundamental part of staff's recommendation to council last time, was to try and give the Lawson residents more prominence within the site, which I think has been achieved to some extent.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. And is the 23 units, is that the amount of density necessary to preserve the Lawson residents? Or have we analyzed whether a smaller project could achieve the same outcome, if not?
I'll give it to Mr. Green, but you can give it to the applicant.
Sure, I think that is one for the applicant to answer. Obviously, staff doesn't have any policies that require staff to look at the economic feasibility of a project and to understand how many market townhouses are required to upgrade the Lawson resident. That is essentially an issue for the applicant and ultimately a consideration for council to take into account.
Thank you. Ms. Travelby?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor to Council Braithwaite. Yes, we believe that the difference in the number of townhomes that we are proposing is 3 versus the 12 that could be built on site as is. So we do believe that that is a reasonable number to offset the exceptional cost that is going to we're going to be facing with regard to the restoration of the Lawson residents.
So just to follow up to that, Mayor, if I can. So you're saying that for the project to remain financially viable, you need the 23 suites. Is that what you're saying?
Our numbers do suggest that, yes.
Thanks. So my next question would be, I think this is going to go to staff, because in the staff report, staff state that the proposal doesn't align with the land use framework adopted in 2025, and yet it's recommending these OCP amendments. So I'm wondering perhaps if you can explain what makes this application exceptional to what we've recently adopted as our land use framework, to our OCP.
For your worship, to Councillor Braithwaite, the reason there's an OCP amendment is that this site is still designated residential, and therefore to put townhouses on this site requires a change to that land use framework in Schedule B, i.e. changing the land use designation from residential to essentially a multi-unit residential or to a townhouse designation that we now have. That being said, we do have a specific policy within the OCP that talks about where heritage objectives are achieved, the district will consider those applications through a heritage revitalisation agreement, or words to that effect. I can quote the specific policy, but that was referenced in my staff report of April the 27th, where we talk about the essentially the OCP framework and the specific policy that in terms of attachment 17, if you take the OCP review from attachment 17, we do have a specific policy. Yeah, policy CF7 specifically says that consider variations to provisions of the land use framework, including height, built form and density, without requiring an amendment in circumstances including, but not limited to, the following. To achieve heritage conservation objectives where significant community amenities are being provided, or where below market or non-market housing units are provided. So there is some policy support. Whilst this is a change to the land use framework, there are still policies within the OCP that talk about applications of this nature that could be supported.
Thank you, and if I may, Mayor, I'm wondering, and this would, I think, go to you, Ms. Travelby, if you can outline what consultation has occurred with adjacent neighbors following council's referral last time, or if there's been any.
Ms. Travelby?
Thank you for the question through you, Mayor. With regard to the neighbors that have written into council, no, there has not been any further consultation with those neighbors. I have heard their concerns loud and clear. They have articulated them very clearly to, I think, myself and yourselves. And unfortunately, we are just not able to further those discussions. We're not able to bend any further than we have. However, there are other adjacent neighbors to the project that discussions are ongoing with them. I think they are a little less vocal and perhaps too nervous, uncomfortable to express their support publicly, but there certainly is conversations ongoing between myself directly with neighbors in the area, across the road and such.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. And then I'm wondering if staff has analyzed the shadowing and livability impacts of Building B on the Larson residence units and common spaces with the new proposal.
Mr. Green?
Through your worship, to Councillor Braithwaite, we haven't required or requested a shadowing study from this development, given that the scale of these buildings are proposed to be 3 stories, and generally the shadows would be either cast across Farrell Bay Road or would be cast to the north onto the either the Lawson, onto the building gate, i.e. the Lawson residence, or into the area along Brighton Avenue. But generally a 3-story building, we wouldn't require or request a shadowing study for a 3-story building.
Thank you. I'll actually pass it along to others, and if I can come back a second time, if there's time. Thanks.
Thank you. I have in my speaking list Patterson, Watson.
Thank you, Mayor. And through you, I think these are probably for the applicant and one for staff. But I'd like to come back to the accessibility of the building. The advisory design panel were quite strong in their recommendations for accessibility on the heritage property, and so we have talked about the provisions for the building to be adapted should it be required, and that the applicant would initiate that immediately if there was a person interested that required those. We talked about the chairlifts. I'm wondering if the applicant would also comment on the door systems and so the entrance door systems. I mean, the lift is one thing, but you have to have the follow through of the electronically operated door systems also.
Sure. Ms. Travelby?
Thank you for the question through you, Mayor. Certainly, if we have not made provisions for that in this current iteration, but we would be happy to add it and certainly install the electric door systems at the time.
Councillor Patterson?
Yes, thank you for confirming that information. And perhaps staff could help me here. If this building becomes, we are displacing nine tenants who are right now in lower cost housing, and so I take that quite seriously. It's unlikely they will find housing within this development, but for persons who require accessibility, and we received the comments from the applicant that the strata could do that at a later date. I'm wondering if staff or even the applicant could speak about the legal issues around that. So if I require accessibility to the building, it is not there today, and I want it installed, what process is required to in fact achieve that for a prospective building occupant?
I'm not sure if we have anybody here ready to answer that question or able to answer the legal portion of that question, but this would fall to the strata ultimately. Mr. Green?
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Patterson, all I can say is that through this process, we would incorporate within the HRA, if Council moves forward this application, we would incorporate that notion of those potential for the main entrance to be accessible through a chairlift, that it wouldn't require a heritage alteration permit, that they could simply install that lift without any heritage alteration permits going through Heritage Commission and Council.
Yes, thank you. I guess what I'm looking for is if there is any knowledge in the room about, I mean, could a strata council refuse to incur those costs as a strata and in fact demand that the prospective occupant pay the costs of modifications to the building? I don't understand what the provincial law is right now, right? The stratas and what they can and can't do with accessibility.
I'm going to suggest we leave that question a little hanging in the air. We're really looking at the merits of the application as a whole, and we can maybe get that question answered later if it progresses. Yep, Ms. Kummer?
It is, apologies, thank you, through the mayor. It is also something that I will capture in my heritage conservation plan, acknowledging this aspect, which then again becomes part of the bylaw connected to the HRA. So there is some legal mechanism, at least in that, to say this has been agreed upon for this heritage building, and therefore, if requested, it should be allowed. I'm not sure on the financing side, it's a very good question, but at least on the legal side. Thank you, sorry.
That's good, thank you. I move now to Councillor Watson.
Yes, thank you very much. Just one further question about accessibility, because we've used the word lift, but I just wanted to confirm that looking at the floor plans, there is actually an elevator in the building, right? Okay, and it goes from main floor above grade, all 3 units, but not below grade. Correct? Okay, so we have an elevator and then a possibility of 4 lifts. Okay, that was important for me to understand. And I just wanted to go back to, I do understand the difficulty of taking a heritage building and trying to make it accessible from the front and meeting the design challenges of doing that. Particularly in this case, it's got a very, very short frontage. So ramping will be ramping will make the design of the front very, very difficult. I can see that. But I do wonder about to what extent you had time to investigate other lift solutions that might be different. I don't know what's out in the market, but I did. To the extent that the building's accessible, I think it's wonderful if it could be accessible now. And I just wondered if there was any alternatives other than the particular one you illustrated that you put up that might be also a practical solution at the beginning, at the onset, as opposed to making it something that somebody has to come and ask for, which doesn't feel very accessible to me. It sounds like they're having to make a request for their own particular need, which is a very common need. So anyway, that's my first question.
Mr. Appleby.
Okay, thank you for the question, through you, Mayor. I think that we did explore ramping. Of course, that was not to Katie's, I don't want to say expectations, but realistic in terms from a heritage preservation. However, recognizing that accessibility, should really be seen as more important than aesthetics. Even though they're heritage, we did explore the ramping option and it's not feasible. It's just too steep. So we settled on the lift. Now, the specifications of that specific lift was spec'd by our architect. So I'm not certain of other options that he explored. However, if it is council's direction to ensure that the main entry lift is ready on day 1, then we would certainly be open to that.
Thank you. And my other question relates to the new proposal for reduced impermeable surface. There's quite an improvement suggested or indicated here from 72 down to 49%. And this may be for staff, or maybe it's for the applicant, but I think it is for the applicant, Ms. Travelby. You talked about having complementary surface materials to differentiate zones. It's hard to read that on the plan. What kinds of things were anticipated, and how many zones are you trying to differentiate between with those materials?
Ms. Travelby.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. That's a conversation that I've had in depth with Brian, Mr. Green, about how we can improve not just the visual appearance, but also make things safer for pedestrians and residents moving around. So I completely appreciate it is not clear on that site plan. That site plan is getting very overwhelmed with edits and changes, so I apologize. Our intention is to have walkways, so those servicing the back of townhomes and also the Lawson residents, be made out of concrete. And the rest of the interior surface parking spaces and drive aisle be permeable pavers. And those are envisioned to be 2 shades of gray, one being a medium gray for the main portion, and then some detail around the surface parking spaces outlining the width of said parking spaces, including the 2 spaces that are now designated accessible spots, as well as the surface parking spaces that are in front of Building C. Again, adding visual interest, but also making it clear where it's safe for pedestrians to walk and where particular widths of specific parking spaces are.
Thank you. And as I understand it, staff, I think there was a note in the report that you were looking for more detail, or you would be asking for more detail about that. Could you just clarify?
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Watson, I think what we're trying to, from my perspective, trying to sort of delineate the drive aisles from the parking stalls, from the walkways, rather than using either white paint or signage to do that job. So just distinguishing the different types of materials to delineate those particular spaces in the development. So yeah, the applicant, whilst not prescriptively shown that on the plans, that is definitely the intent that we as this won't require a development permit in due course should council move forward the HRA, and therefore at that development permit stage, that's where we will be wanting some further details for our review as well as council's review when council may ultimately be determining that development permit application.
Thank you. And I have one final question. It's about the sort of semi-public amenity space that's now showing, at least we're getting it in an elevation or in kind of renderings. Is there any other space on the site to add more of that or to expand what's actually there? Given the number of residents and the size of the lot, I think both things proposed are very attractive, but certainly just the single bench seems small, and I wondered if it could be a more social area, if there is any scope for that on the site.
Ms. Travelby?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. We have, there is another space between the new proposed duplex and the fourplex along Brighton Avenue, although we were concerned a bit of shading in that aisle, so not quite certain what would work there. And although the idea of having it all permeable pavers in there was tossed around, I didn't really see that as the goal we were all trying to achieve by adding more green space. So certainly something could be programmed in there. We've spoken to our landscape architect about possibly a rain garden or bioswale, but that's not really achieving the community gathering aspect that I think you are aiming for. By increasing the setback to the south, those yards have gotten quite large. Both the buildings along Brighton have a 6-meter setback from the large boulevard, so it's quite a large space. So we've really gone the route of making the yard spaces larger. In this revised plan, we've done so on Building C as well, which is facing the south property line. Those yards are now around 6 meters, I believe, or just over. So we've really put a lot of effort into expanding those private yard spaces as to some of the other developments in the area we've seen. But to answer your question, other than that space between the duplex and the fourplex facing Brighton, that's really our only other vacant space at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you very much for that. Are there any other questions for the applicant or for staff? Go ahead, Councillor Smart. I think Councillor Braithwaite, you indicated you had another question, but I might ask a question as well. But go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor, to the applicant. My other question was just with regards to, we've received a lot of letters with regards to the impact on the west property line, and I just wondered if you could speak a little bit to maybe some of the considerations that you looked at there with regards to reducing impact. I wonder, for instance, if you explored doing only 2 stories for the units on that west property line to kind of step down into the neighborhood where you could, essentially have surface parking as opposed to garage parking in order to sort of facilitate those units, but to really create a bit more of a transition there. And I wondered if you could just speak to anything that you explored, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Ms. Travelby?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. We did add some articulation to the building. We've done a bump out in the living room, or pardon me, the dining room of a bay window. We've added clear story windows up onto the third floor because there were, feedback that it was just a dark gray wall, which initially that was our approach to, ensure privacy. So responding to that feedback meant the addition of windows, clear story, meaning up high on the third floor, and a bump out bay on the main floor. Just in keeping with the design and our goal of having family-oriented housing, the three-story approach really is best suited to a family. Although surface parking can work in some instances, and we think it's a great fit for the Lawson residents, for the townhomes, we really feel that enclosed parking is the right answer. And realistically, it's not for cars or just cars. It's also bikes, cargo bikes, camping equipment, kayaks, etc., sports gear. So I think that enclosed garage space is really important. And making the change to a duplex rather than a block of 7 townhomes, we thought was a great solution to really gently transitioning from those single-family homes into the project. The duplex, as I mentioned, is designed to look more of like a single-family dwelling. So we thought that really improved the streetscape along Brighton. And previously, which was included in the original proposal, we had done all of the preliminary route work, hand digging out the route sections by the arborist to confirm that we could maintain a number of horse chestnuts along that west property line, which not only improves privacy from both lots, it ensures that the trees on the neighboring properties can be maintained as well, because their root systems and canopies are both intertwined.
Thank you. I think first time speakers, I'll go to Councillor Green for questions and then come back to Councillor Braithwaite.
Yes, I just threw you to the applicant. Will there be blasting on the site to accommodate any of the garages? Thank you.
At this time, it's not our intention to proceed with any blasting.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Smart, or sorry, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the letter writers talked a little bit about the south boundary walkway, and they had a concern that a pedestrian access corridor runs directly beside the neighboring rear yards, and with potential issues for privacy, noise, lighting, and security perceptions. And so I'm wondering, has a CPTED review been undertaken, and did it examine that south side pedestrian access arrangement, please? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, through you, Mayor. We haven't had a formal CPTED study completed. However, that is one of the improvements since we were last before you. We have expanded that setback by, I can't remember, it's probably a good, at least a meter, 5 feet, 6 feet. So it's now, I believe, just over a 6-meter setback from that south property line plus the walkway. So we could certainly, it is our intention, as all neighbors know on both the south and west boundary, to completely rebuild the fence at our expense for both those property lines, and they will all be screened with significant landscape plantings.
One more, Mayor. I know we've talked a little bit about the number of units that you feel that you need to have on there, but it was suggested by a Heritage Commission that you go from 15 townhouses down to 12. And I'm wondering, do you have any other projects where you had to significantly reduce your density and still achieve project viability?
Ms. Travelby?
Well, one that will hopefully be forthcoming to all of you soon, yes. In Oak Bay, of course, that's always an option, but I do not have a current project where there is a heritage asset that is proposed to be revitalized. I certainly have one where the heritage asset is remaining untouched. But as I think we've spoken about before, given the size of the lot, I think it's important to remember that as things stand now, 12 townhomes could be built on this lot as is. And I think it would be a true shame to impact the heritage home. That's not my intention. It never has been. And I truly feel that we would be hard pressed to find a proposal in Greater Victoria that offers as much as we are in terms of accessibility, heritage protection, diversity of unit mix, 2 bedrooms, service with an elevator, as well as family housing, and a very large community benefit that I feel is on the table here that we are more than happy to put forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other speakers at this time for questions? I think all of my questions have been answered. Maybe I'm just going to tease apart something that Councillor Smart was touching on. I think the one area I do struggle with is similarly the west side. It's the most sort of appreciate the changes that have been made to the articulation. I think the design changes have been excellent. I think those have addressed those pieces, but they're still a fairly large entity. It depends on how that would look. I acknowledge if the street address was Brighton, we'd be allowed to sort of 5 feet of that side lot. But if it was if the frontage was on Fowl Bay Road, you'd be 25 feet or more back from there. And so I think that particularly the one corner in the southwest corner is a little difficult for me to kind of stick with, just because I think of all of those little pieces. And to Councillor Smart's point, is there anything perhaps there that could be done at that back corner, even if it was just to bring down the roof height to that, so there's more light coming into the yard to the west, or removal of that. I appreciate you've got a pro forma based on number of units, but just sort of consideration of that. So maybe walk through that with me a little bit, because I do think that there would be significant benefit to the neighbors to be able to kind of to reduce the massing at that corner. I think the massing here is in many ways the one kind of remaining, well, not one, but it's one of the key things that are still sort of sitting out there.
Certainly, thank you for the question. We do have a different type of foundation, a floating foundation, going into that end unit there to ensure that tree roots will not be disturbed. That is part of our exploratory work we did last summer with our arborist. So a lot of care and attention has gone into that specific corner to ensure that there's a significantly large tree on our property in that corner that will be retained. And likewise, as I mentioned before, both the canopy and root systems are intertwined with offsite trees. So that's an important adjustment we've made to that particular end unit. Further, we have completed a canopy survey for that area and confirmed that the roof heights of those buildings will not impact the existing tree canopy. And I think further, it's important to remember that I appreciate that those are single-family homes, but they are, for all intents and purposes, zoning-wise in the city of Victoria, where a far larger, taller structure could be built at any time.
Okay, thank you. So, since there's no other questions in the questions speakers list here, we have options in front of us right now. We can give some further direction for revisions before it, and then have it go at that point to a public hearing. We can move it forward as is to a public hearing to get more broad public input onto this. We can decline it. There's a number of options here. The recommendation from staff is to move it forward as is, but certainly there's multiple options in the report. I just point that out as to what the next steps are. I'm going to ask, just the interest of time, somebody put something on the floor. I probably prefer that we consider the recommendation, but because it lets us talk to that piece. But if there's general feeling here that we need a few more changes before that recommendation to do the development of the bylaws and sending to public hearing, and certainly take council's will. So seek direction from council as to what in terms of a motion. Please go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Thank you. I would like to actually move the motions under option 2, that we refer the application back to staff for a little further work with the applicant to address some specific things. And we would have a list, and I think that there are some of us around the table who would put some things on that list. I would certainly have an item that I would put on it, and that in addition to that option also includes, and that it's subject to completion of those revisions, the applicant, to the satisfaction of our building officials, that the necessary bylaws would be prepared. So that's what I'm proposing to put on the table. I am moving that.
So what I'm going to do here is just the option 2, which is to send it back with some recommendations. I think because we run the risk of getting into very nerdy, microscopic wording pieces here that may or may not see the outcome. So I think what I'll do is, if there's a seconder for option 2, I'll just take option 2. Then what I'll do is I will just entertain a conversation around the table for ideas of things that might be requested to come back. We can, if I can ask staff to just kind of capture someone to sort of capture some of those high-level pieces, we can just read them back. If we have sort of agreement on those, I'll call the question on those aspects. That's essentially what we had last time, was sort of a list of the 7. We did have a starting point with staff last time. We don't this time. So if that's the matter, is there a seconder for the motion? Sorry, you seconded. So go ahead, Councillor Watson, if there's something you would like to be specific about asking for.
Yes, very, very specifically, I would like to ask the applicant to take a second look at accessibility to the Lawson building on completion of the project, on completion of the renovation of the Lawson House as part of this project, so that exists on day one in a fashion that's attractive and amenable. So that's certainly something I would like to see happen.
All right, thank you. I have a question on that. I probably should have asked it, because there's so, you know, I'm of two minds on this one, and one of them is seems to me makes sense, total sense, to put those lifts and everything in day one. I also recognize that outdoor equipment like that probably has a relatively short lifespan, and so if it's installed without need and it's for 10 years, by the time someone moves in and needs it, it may very well have to be replaced. So I'm just curious about just that. I'm sort of weighing those two options in my mind as to the best way of moving it forward. So perhaps you could just touch on that, because I'm supportive of the intention that it's as ready to go as possible, but I also sort of am afraid we're forcing investment in things that may not be needed right away.
Certainly, which was only our reservation of installing it right away. I think, you know, if it's really the suggestion of council that the direction of council that they would like to see the front door entry one, I think, you know, we could certainly consider that. I am not familiar with what the warranty and sort of life expectation is of mechanical like that. I think it's reasonable to consider the front door one. I would suggest that perhaps the 3 lower one, that's a very specific buyer. So I would suggest that perhaps those 3 aren't a good idea, because it will also take up a lot of patio space for those units to have that vertical lift, because that's different than the one going up the front stairs. They're straight down. And I think it's an expense that really should be more thoughtfully considered. And it would be my envision that those 3 lower unit lifts would be at the expense of the purchaser or future purchaser. Of course, we can absolutely install them if it's a day one purchaser, but the likelihood of that, you know, for me is unknown. So I think it's reasonable to consider the front door main entry lift, but I would suggest that we reserve the 3 lower suite lifts for future purchasers to install on their own accord.
I was only suggesting the main entrance for the building, because that brings you into a building that has, 8 units and an elevator. So I think that's very good accessibility, given the other things that are going on in the building. And
so
then
for specificity, including the front stair lift on day
Right,
one.
so in that, just to clarify, that would access 5 units. Yeah, okay, great.
Okay. I don't think it's necessary at this time. So we're just we have a motion on the floor, not really a motion, sorry, a suggestion. So is there any other discussion on that suggestion of having the front door lift and the front door included on day one? Okay, that's probably not. Okay, so we'll just keep a note of that. Anything else, Councillor Watson?
that's all for the moment.
Councillor Smart, you indicated that you may have something? Not yet, okay. Councillor Green?
Thank you. There is no obligation or commitment to consult with all the neighbors, but I have to tell you, we received overwhelming and compelling written concerns about, about this development generally, and I haven't seen that much correspondence in quite a long time. I would encourage you to sit down with the people that you don't want to sit down with right now. I think it would be informative. I think it would be important. I think everyone has a voice, not just those who agree with us. So I think it would be important to do that. I would encourage that. I hope that happens between now and then, whatever then looks like. But I would really encourage you to do that, because I was certainly moved by a lot of that correspondence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I will ask that just all just comments made through me, just because sometimes it's intimidating looking down at people. No, it's okay. That wasn't, you're not speaking intimidatingly, but just it's always good practice. So thank you. No. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just trying to figure out how to word this motion with the most flexibility, and so.
I'm just
or
going
not
to
motion,
don't worry
I guess,
about motions.
comment.
Just,
Okay,
yeah,
so.
just your intent, and we can talk to it, and then we can
Yeah,
get the motions.
I really appreciate all the letters that we received from residents in the community, and you know, I really just want to address the concern that I'm hearing from the community about the impact of the massings of buildings C and E on the neighboring properties. And so I think I would just almost leave it at that, as reducing the impact of the massing, because there's various different ways that could happen. It could be a slightly larger setback, or it could be reducing the height right next to the west property line. But the impact of the massing right now is quite significant at that transition line. And I think we're just hearing that widely from the community, the uncomfortableness of that, of what feels like, you know, it feels to a lot of people like a 4-story building next to single-family residences. And so with what right now is a 3-meter setback. So yeah, I think I'll just leave that for other people to comment on.
Sure. Are there other thoughts for people? Councillor Watson?
I just am cognizant of the fact that we have two planning jurisdictions that abut each other at this point. And I think Ms. Travelby made the comment that what is actually the potential development on the immediately adjoining lots is very similar to what's there. And we see those kinds of juxtapositions all over the place. So it's just a political reality, but not an actual physical environment reality that we would then be asking those amendments for. So I'm not so sure that I think that that's necessarily a good idea. I mean, I do understand the issue, but we could then ask for amendments that, in fact, in 2 years were not necessary because we have a completely different adjacent built environment.
Other discussion on this? I can just call these as questions individually so we can have a quick chat. I'm going to just speak briefly to support that. I do think this is worth exploring. I appreciate that it's true that those houses may also be there for another 50 years, and I think we have an obligation to keep this as a respectful piece. And I don't know what the right solution is on this one either, but I think if there's anything we can do to kind of soften the impact of that massing on the backyards, on that west-facing side, I think that's the one area that doesn't feel like, I know that work has been done on it, and I'm quite satisfied with the other setback pieces that have been done, but that one piece, for me, I agree with that assessment. I think if there's more that could be done, that would be beneficial. Councillor Green, on this idea?
I really appreciate this suggestion. I think it's important. I think it's the essence of part of this application and the concerns around it. And I would say that given that none of us faces having to live in that neighborhood at this point, it's not easy to imagine the impacts, but I think that's what the neighbors are trying to ask us to do, and so that we will be sensitive to trying to reduce the massing and scale and impact on them. And I think that is a responsibility. So I appreciate the comments. Thank you, Councillor Smart.
Any other comments on this or any other suggestions? But go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Yeah, other suggestions. I'm still really struggling with what we asked for in April that I don't feel actually was met, which is the reduced massing, the reduced height, the reduced number of townhouses, and the greater heritage prominence. And so I would like to see all of those put back on the table in some way, shape, or form.
Repeat those four. The 7 I have is heritage prominence, unit diversity, tenant support, environmental impact, community space, accessibility, and heritage materials.
Right. So reduced massing, reduced height, reduced number of townhouses, and greater heritage prominence would be the ones that I would look for.
Yeah. I think we'll probably go with that, just step by step, if that's part of the ask. But do you want to speak to that, Councillor Smart?
Yeah, I was just going to bring up some of the conversations that happened at the advisory design panel, I guess, around all of these issues. And the conversation really, you know, at the end came down to every project can't have everything. And I think, you know, there's a lot of things being provided in this application, as we've been talked about, you know, family housing, close to the village, a variety of housing, heritage restoration. There were even things like, for instance, the wood windows that were discussed and decided to not put forward in a recommendation to council because they didn't want to throw in everything in the kitchen sink and have the project not go forward. So I don't disagree with many of the items that have been brought up, that maybe they're only, you know, 70 or 80% of what I would love to see. But every project can't have 100% of everything. And so I prefer that we really focus on the most critical things to make this project have good neighborhood fit, and be willing to compromise on some things.
Okay, I don't see any other suggestions at this piece. So if this option 2 goes forward, it'll go back for some additional tweaks. Can't remember the exact wording. Would it then essentially be just the staff would go forward with drafting the bylaws with the changes to staff satisfaction, and those would come back for consideration at the future council meeting? Is that, and then at that point it would go to a public hearing for broader public input? Is that our process here, Mr. Green?
Yes, if council gave first and second reading to those bylaws when they come back, then yes, then at that time a public hearing would be scheduled.
And my apologies, I'm just trying to get through my agenda package here and the right thing. There we go, sorry, I've just got it here. Yeah, so that's the process. If so, what we have right now is so just going to turn around the table and just, so one of the asks is to include the front lift and a front accessible front door on the Lawson residence. Does anybody have any concerns with that as an ask? Okay, so let's consider that to be an ask. The other piece was asking staff to work with the applicant to look at reducing the impact of the massing impact on the west side of the buildings. So that's left very general, because I think we, as pointed out, it could be architectural, it could be setbacks, it could be roof lines, it could be things, but just to look at that as a massing impact on the west. So, okay, I'm getting nods around the table on that one. And then the other thing what I don't have, Councillor Braithwaite, is from yours, which is that those sort of like reduction of units specifically. Is that the?
Yeah, I'd like it to go, as the Heritage Commission has suggested, going down to 12 townhouses rather than 15. So looking at reducing the number of townhouses.
Okay. Is there support for that direction? Okay. I'm not getting nods on Councillor Green.
I would support that suggestion because I was at the Heritage Commission meeting. I'm the liaison, and they gave a very thoughtful recommendation and a very thoughtful conversation. So yes, I would support that.
Okay. So what I'll do then is I'm just going to do this by way of motion. I'm still going to keep the language clean. So we have option 2, and so I'm going to just so the first motion I'll take is just the direction to include the lift and doorway. So moved and seconded. Okay. Any other discussion on that?
Sorry, Mayor, can I ask a question?
Please go ahead.
So if we're doing on these individually, I mean, what about the overall motion? If we're going to be against the overall motion, I don't want to be voting against all of these things, because my feeling is that I'm going to be in the minority here. But I don't want to be voting against these things moving forward, because so I'm going to have to vote for these to move forward, even though I'm voting against the whole entire motion.
So anybody's choice is completely their own. I like giving the advice that I think it's good if we can make the application as good as possible, and even if you don't support the overall, I would recommend that. Sometimes people, though, politically can not do that, and then the hopes that the whole thing is not supportable and won't go through it all. So there's different ways of looking at it, but yes, that's your call on those ones. So the motion on the floor is related to the lift in the doorway, which seems to have universal support. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. And then the second one was direction to work to reduce the impact of the massing on the west side of the buildings. Mover and a seconder. Just might as well use my motions at this point. Is there a mover and a seconder for that? Sorry, I think you moved that. And there was a seconder for, this is specifically for asking staff to work with the applicant on the west side. Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion on that to ask? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. And then I have a motion just to reduce the number of townhouse units from 15 to 12. It was moved and seconded. Any other discussion? So I'm just speaking very briefly. My love for this would be the case. Losing one or two of these units would give enough green space all the way around to make everybody happy. I do take into the order that it is difficult to make these things work. Just with townhouses these days, and with the Heritage Revitalization Agreement, we're always somewhat working within a framework of what's viable. I'm not comfortable with that, but I'm very comfortable with looking at the massing. So I don't like speaking or voting against something without speaking to it. So, Councillor Patterson.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate this, and my preference would be to reduce the number of units also and have more green space, but I would rather leave it to the applicant if we can reduce the massing on that west side, however that is done. And I won't entertain any ideas for how to do that, but reducing the massing on that side could, in fact, have the same benefit, perhaps, as overall, reducing the number of units. So I don't want to say reduce them, and then I would rather let them to come back with the perhaps the mitigation to the massing on that west side.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll oppose the motion for similar reasons to what Councillor Patterson has articulated. I think we want to be focused on outcome here. I think we want to respond to what the community has told us about sort of the overall scale and massing of the project and specific areas of massing around the project. And I think that that's eminently doable, but I think that it would not behoove us to prescribe a certain number of units in order to achieve that. Thank you.
I'm going to call the question. And so on the motion to include the specific reduction in units, all those in favor? And those opposed? Patterson, Smart, Appleton, Watson, Green, and not Green, Watson and myself opposed. That does not carry. Did you wish to make another motion? Okay. I don't see any other motions. So the motion right now is option 2, which would include those 2 changes. Staff will work with the applicant. Procedurally here, I think for the benefit of the public, I'm going to call the question on the main motion, but just procedurally here so we're all understanding what's being moved here. What's being moved is option 2, which is to send this back for applicant to work with staff to address a couple of these key issues. Staff will then come back, take those changes that they were able to get, bring that back. They'll be in the form of bylaws, so there's a bit more specificity than what we have right now. Council will review those. If council feels that those have sufficient merit to proceed, then we would do first and second reading, it would go to a public hearing, and we would seek broader public input into this application to understand any existing, continuing, or new concerns or things that people like within the application. So that's the process, and then following the public hearing, council would consider whether or not to adopt the plans as put forward. So what's on the floor for us right now is a motion to advance it in that way, to work for staff to work with the applicant. But what will come back is essentially bylaws to address the concerns that are raised here. Councillor Green? And this is speaking now to the overall motion.
Yes, and I will support the motion, and the only problem is that I forgot to mention the idea of public consultation with the neighborhood. I know that can't be prescribed, so that's probably not possible.
I'm just going to point out, so procedurally here, it's really important that we do follow on land use applications our process. And that is, we do this, we have lots of public input, but it's the public hearing at this point that's going to be our official thing. The applicant can absolutely work with the neighbors and they can talk to them about how they might achieve massing changes and these other things, but consultation at this point really is public hearing.
I understand that, but I'm just saying it's a strong suggestion of mine. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks. I'm going to be voting against the motion. I just want to be clear that my concerns are not whether this site should be redeveloped. I support redevelopment, additional housing, and the preservation of the Lawson residents. The question before us is whether this particular proposal is the right proposal for this site. When Council considered this application previously, we provided clear feedback regarding massing, height, neighborhood fit, and the prominence of the Heritage House. Looking at the revised proposal, I'm not convinced that those concerns have been sufficiently addressed. While changes have been made, they appear incremental rather than substantive. I don't believe the revised proposal reflects the degree of redesign that Council was seeking, at least not me. One of my greatest concerns is the relationship between this application and an official community plan. The OCP was developed through extensive public consultation and adopted only recently. It represents the community's collective vision for growth and change. If Council is prepared to amend the OCP so soon after its adoption, I believe there must be a compelling planning rationale, and I haven't been persuaded that such a rationale has been demonstrated here. I appreciate the effort to retain and restore the Lawson residents. However, heritage conservation is not simply about keeping a building standing. The heritage building should remain the focal point of the site. I remain concerned that the scale and prominence of the new development continues to compete with, rather than complement, the heritage resource. I understand that the purpose of an HRA is to permit departures from zoning. The RFO zone allows a maximum of 80% FAR, and this proposal is at about 120% FAR. And I wonder if the increase is justified by the heritage benefit. One of the key tests for any development is whether it fits comfortably within its context. I continue to have concerns about the overall massing, height, setbacks in relationship to the neighboring properties. In my view, there remains an opportunity to do better balanced housing objectives with compatibility and neighborhood character. Oak Bay residents consistently tell us that mature trees and green space are among the defining characteristics of our community. And while redevelopment inevitably involves trade-offs, I'm not satisfied that enough has been done to reduce impacts on existing trees and the site's green character. Once mature trees are removed, they cannot simply be replaced in the short term. It takes decades to recreate that canopy. And Council decisions establish expectations for future applications. If we're prepared to support significant departures from recently adopted policies in this case, we need to consider how we respond when similar requests come forward elsewhere in the municipality. Consistency in our decision-making is important for both residents and applicants, and I recognize that the effort has gone into this application, and I appreciate the applicant's willingness to preserve the Heritage House. I really do appreciate that. However, on balance, I'm not persuaded that the proposal before us adequately addresses the concerns previously raised by Council, the Heritage Commission, and many residents. The question for me is not whether this site should change, it's whether the applicant has demonstrated enough change in response to the direction Council already provided, and I don't think that's happened. And so for those reasons, I'm unable to support the application in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other first-time speakers to the motion as this? Thank you. Councillor Green, I'll go to you just after I let other people speak first. The first time, and I'll come back to you for a second time on the motion. Councillor Watson.
Thank you. I'll be voting to support the motion. I guess I moved it. That makes sense. But I think that all in all, I take to heart what the point that Councillor Smart has made about how you can't get everything. I remember the advice when buying our first home. If you've got you've got a list of 10 things you really want, you should be satisfied if you can find 7 of them. And I think that's actually good. That advice also applies to major redevelopments like this. And I do note that there was no way to do this unless you had an OCP amendment. So the fact that we had just adopted our OCP in December, I do think is actually really irrelevant to this discussion. In order to do townhouses here, which we have been saying we want in our community, it required both an OCP and an HRA. So I think that moving forward here, what we've seen is yes, I would say I agree with Councillor Braithwaite that this is an iteration. This has been an iterative change from the last proposal, but it has significantly, it has addressed our list of things in a considered way. We don't understand the economics of it, so we leave that to the development community to figure out. It's their money at risk. I think this development holds a lot of the things that we're really asking for and wanting in our community. And I do think in particular with this development. Now, the frontage along Foul Bay Road with the Lawson House moved to the corner and that other building is very attractive in a part of our community where there's lots of pedestrian traffic, there's great transit. We're trying to support our village. So I am really pleased that we'll be able to, I hope, with the votes, get this to go back to staff for some further tweaking and an opportunity to take a refined proposal out to the public for further input. So I will be voting to support option 2 with the amendments we've made.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? First time speakers, go ahead, Councillor Smart, and then I'll go back to Councillor Green for a second time, or then Appleton.
Yeah, thank you. I can understand our community's concern about feeling like this doesn't address our current OCP, but I think you can actually look at it from another perspective in that the HRA is really the right approach for this lot. We actually, our OCP does actually address the opportunities of corner lots for townhouse developments. I think if you imagine, this project potentially playing out according to the existing rules, and imagine that they divided the lot into 3 R4 lots and put 4 townhouses on each with their own individual driveway. Perhaps those townhouses would be turned sideways to the lot. A lot more, driveway coverage, or maybe the townhouses would have individual accesses all along Brighton and Foul Bay. The opportunity of this project is that it's a comprehensive zone and that it's being explored with the additional benefit of a heritage revitalization. So I think the approach is right, and I do think that the approach is aligned with our OCP, and I think that we really are gaining, a new little community hub potentially that is close to the village center, that's going to provide a lot of different housing options that I hear regularly from the community, that they want more opportunities to have different housing typologies. So I think we're really lucky with a lot of aspects of what we have in this project, and I do feel, that the few revisions that we're sending back are going to make the project even better.
My speakers list is now Councillor Appleton.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. So speaking in favor of the motion on the floor, I don't have, sorry, I'm going to organize my thoughts here. I didn't have a pre-prepared thing here. But I'm going to continue to support this project just because it provides, a broad range of housing options in a really optimal location. We really want to not lose track of all the potential benefits that this specific type of development affords. And as has been mentioned, a heritage conservation agreement and the development associated with that will invariably require some degree of site-specific zoning and will require a deviation from what typical zoning on that lot might require. As we've been informed and as we have reviewed over the course of evaluating this proposal, and as has been alluded to here, a potential subdivision and subsequent development of those lots into fourplexes, which are allowed by right under provincial legislation and by our own zoning bylaw, is going to result in a nearly equivalent total square footage, potentially more lot coverage, potentially the loss of more trees, and has been alluded to, potentially an even greater impact or an impact on the Brighton Greenway and the access and the potential street improvements that are proposed in this project. So we've heard time and time again that folks want to see developments that do not create parking and traffic issues. The only way to practically do that in the municipality is to allow people to purchase a home and to move into a development that is accessible to transit and amenities. And this provides exactly those things. There's very few locations in the community that afford a better opportunity for a redevelopment that allows people to reside in a walkable location and have that access to those amenities. So I hear loud and clear that folks are concerned about the scale of the development and the massing. I ask the community overall to consider the benefits to lifestyle, to people's ability to be able to be car light, to be able to access amenities without the use of a car, to be able to have a variety and a diversity of housing choices and really consider all of the potential benefits that might accrue to the Brighton Greenway itself through streetscape improvements and just the variety of housing that it offers. So there is, as has been mentioned, difficulty in achieving 100% success with any development, and compromises and trade-offs are implicit, and that is what is for us to consider. So I'm happy to see this moving forward, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I do agree with most of the comments that have been made around the table, and certainly all of the input from residents is also important. It's a community they live in, and I appreciate that they want to see it improve, but they don't want to see it destroyed either. But I'm very mindful that there will be 9 tenants that will be displaced from the building, and many of these may be exactly the kind of people that we're wanting to encourage to be in Oak Bay in our missing middle housing, and we are not yet achieving that. And so that's been disappointing for I think a lot of residents in Oak Bay, and certainly for myself. And we also, in the application as it is presented tonight, we're not really achieving the accessibility in the true form of accessibility, where people don't have to ask for it again, where it exists, and it's possible today for them to look at a building and understand that it can suit their needs. So that is really important. But I live close to the village. I seldom drive a vehicle, and I do use public transit, and I frequent the Brighton Greenway, so I do understand this area, and I think that the improvement along that Brighton Greenway will be appreciated by everyone in that area, and it will be of benefit to the community. With respect to the Heritage House, heritage conversions and HRAs are certainly worthy of merit, but they can be hard to achieve, and too frequently they're lost because perhaps of a refusal to yield in any way. So, I think it will be a trade-off, but I think our design panel, our design committee has made some good recommendation. The Heritage Commission has made some good recommendations, and hopefully with the comments made tonight, it will go back to the applicant, and what we see come back to us, it may not give us everything we want, but I think that if we can certainly achieve some mitigation of the massing and a way forward on this, it would be a successful project for the entire community's benefit. So, I'm optimistic.
Thank you very much, Councillor Braithwaite. Councillor Green. Sorry, Patterson. See, it's time for me to extend the thing, but go ahead, Councillor Green.
Thank you very much. I will not be supporting the motion, and believe me, I would love to, but I think the changes that were asked for haven't gone far enough, and I am sufficiently moved by the amount of correspondence and the comments that have been made by the public. Furthermore, this is about context. It's not just about a development per se. It's a contextual decision. I don't disagree with a lot of the comments that have been made tonight, and I would like to see something developed that will be compatible with the neighborhood and the established neighborhood. Absolutely, I do. And I've listened to a lot of comments and conversations at the Heritage Commission table and so on, but I also can't deal in hypotheticals. I'm dealing with what's in front of me. Yes, it's possible there could be 4 fourplexes on that property, but that's a hypothetical. I'm hoping that this will be a successful application, but it's difficult at the moment to approve the motion that is made. I think one of the most articulate letters that we received, and there were many of them, was from an architect, and he very cogently and very articulately listed where the shortcomings are, and all of them can be conceivably addressed appropriately. So if we think about it in that way, I'm hoping for something much better and something that will be compatible with the neighborhood. And I am really hoping, and I've said it now, this will be the third time, I'm hoping that the developer will actually sit down with the neighbors that are most vocal and are most concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to just ask for a motion to extend the meeting for till 11, just because I think we're going to need that much time. Moved, seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? In the spirit of that, I'm going to keep my comments short. You know, I'm supportive of the motion. I do think this needs to get out and do these final tweaks and have proper public input, have a public hearing. Let's understand the pros and the cons and get to that. That is our process. I do recognize, and I think the only thing that hasn't been said here so far is that we don't get to, ultimately don't get to kind of design these things. We are always in the position of having to weigh applicants or applications and then determine if it's good enough in those contexts. And so I think we benefit from that. We benefited from the feedback from the public. We benefited from the conversations with the applicant and with staff. I think with these additional changes, it's getting close to supportable. And I just want to acknowledge that this has been a project that's been on the books, gosh, now for probably 9 or 10 years. It's gone back and forth. It started off as an HARA process into single-family homes beside it. That was approved. At the time, there were some comments about it probably deserves more than just single-family homes. We're back here now. We have this. Ultimately, it'll be up to this body whether it's good enough, and we'll get there. But I do think, without any, I think with these changes and with the approach taken from council, I feel like we're getting closer, and I definitely want to be getting to the point where we have a very firm set of bylaws that we can talk to and understand all the ramifications, what's included in the HRA agreement itself, and the public can comment on the facts that are all included in that. So I'm supportive of getting to that process.
Just one point of clarification.
Please go ahead,
It's not 9 years with the same applicant, though. I think that's important to note that.
No. Well, in fact, I think there's
is,
been
actually.
9 years of
Owners.
same owner, different applicants, but in fact, much longer than that in terms of the house sitting there on a lot that is underutilized and not terribly well maintained, and in a house that is starting to fall apart. And I think the options here are not necessarily perfection or this. It's we've had a status quo for a long time, and we're trying to find a path forward. So I do think it's always important to keep that context in the mind. With that, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Braithwaite and Green opposed. That will come back to this table for consideration, and then if it passes there, it'll go to public hearing. Thank you, everybody who's here for this item. You're welcome to stick around for the other items. I'm going to ask that everybody stay in place. Maybe just stand up, move. Okay, people are leaving. I'm going to just call a 3-minute recess, and then we'll restart. We'll start again in about 30 seconds. Yes, Councillor. All right, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Councillor Watson will join us in just a second. Our next item of business is item 9.1. Make sure I get that right. 9.1, 3250 Norfolk Road. This is for an upland siting and design. We have Mr. Hadfield here to do the introduction. Welcome, Mr. Hadfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. The district has received an application for an upland siting design permit for the property located at 3250 Norfolk Road to allow for changes to the doors and windows located on the front and rear faces of the existing building. The application was presented to the Advisory Design Panel on May 12th, 2026, who recommended the application be approved. Staff review of the application finds that the designs conform to the district's upland design guidelines and are therefore supportable. The materials proposed are minor in nature, consistent with the building's original design concept, and are not visible from the street. Planning staff are happy to answer any questions on the application, and the landowner, Eric Broman, is in attendance over Zoom today to answer any questions council might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for council to staff or the applicant? Seeing none, there's no public input, so perhaps someone can put the motion on the floor.
I'll move that council approve Upland Siting and Design Application ADP 00202 for the property located at 3250 Norfolk Road.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed? I will say to the applicants and to future applicants, we are working to find a way to delegate some of these more straightforward upland siting and design, because I think the intention here is to look at larger things, not just the window changes. I'll move now to item number 9.2. I'll just introduce it, and then it's just 2253 McNeill Avenue. Councillor Smart, you needed to recuse yourself?
Yes, I'd like to recuse myself from this application due to a perceived conflict of interest, as I recently volunteered with the architect on this project with my building equity and architecture group. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll let you leave the room. This is another item that is, it's bylaws. By the nature of the bylaw asks, we are precluded from having a public hearing, so we are here to take consideration of this application in and of itself. With that, Mr. Hadfield, you're back on the deck.
Thank you, Your Worship. The district has received a zoning bylaw amendment application for the property located at 2253 McNeill Avenue to facilitate the addition of a secondary suite to the existing building on the property constructed in 1945. The application was presented to the Advisory Planning Commission on May 20th, 2026, who recommended the application be approved. Staff find the proposal to be in alignment with OCP goals and policies, and the variances to be similar in scale to the increases normally granted to accessory dwelling units. The applicant has chosen to pursue a secondary suite addition rather than an accessory dwelling unit, in large part to reduce the impact of the mature beech tree at the rear of the property. Staff are happy to answer any questions in the application, and we also have the project team and landowner in attendance in person today to do the same. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. I'm not sure how many questions we'll have. We'll find out. Are there any questions from council on this application? Please go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
I'm just wondering about the 36% lot coverage and whether that is really required, or if there could be something done that would reduce that lot coverage. Thank you.
And Mr. Hadfield, do you wish to give that over to the applicant, or are you prepared to answer that?
Yeah, perhaps just a clarification on whether you're talking about the design aspects to reduce the overall lot coverage, or the bylaw amendment that we're proposing for 36%.
Both?
Perfect. I'll speak to the second, and then I'll put the first of the applicants. So through the chair, in terms of the 36% figure, they're proposing 35.3. We provide a buffer to make sure that essentially minor, changes to the application during the building permit process don't result in the application needing to be rerouted to council, perhaps due to a building inspector's request for one thing or another. And then if I could ask Heather Spinney to come to the front.
Welcome. You've spent the whole night here, so you might as well come up and speak briefly on this.
Might as well have some
Could you just
showtime.
introduce just state your name for the record?
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. My name is Heather Spinney. I'm with Studio PA Architects. In regards to the additional coverage we're requesting, we have the homeowner here, Emma, and then her mom, Lynn, who the addition is for. So what we've done is we've really tried to incorporate as many sort of accessibility standards that we can for future proofing of the house. So the bathroom's bigger, the kitchen's bigger, corridors are bigger. So we've sort of been forced to supersize everything just to make it so that in the future she can continue living there. Great. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer. The why almost always requires the applicant to answer the question. I don't see any other hands up here on this one, so perhaps I'll come back to the table to give some direction.
Move the recommendation that zoning bylaw number 3531, 1986 amendment bylaw number 4967, 2026 be read a first and second time.
Moved and seconded. This is the opportunity for debate or discussion. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I will just add that the Advisory Planning Committee did review this application. They were very supportive of it. The applicant did go through it in detail with the committee members, and we were all quite supportive, as I am, for the application coming to council.
Thank you. I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? Please continue.
I'll move that the zoning bylaw number 3531, 1986 amendment bylaw number 4967, 2026 be read a third time.
Moved and seconded. We don't usually debate on third reading. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed?
And I'll move that zoning bylaw number 3531, 1986 amendment bylaw number 4967, 2026 be adopted.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Again, last chance for debate. Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? Good luck with the project. It's very thoughtful and should be very, very. Hope it works out well for you. And you're welcome to stick around for the rest of the meeting if you wish. But 9. Can someone grab this, Councillor Smart? Moving then to 9.3, 2560 Dorset Road, Upland Setting and Design Application. Ms. Cleaver, welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. This application pertains to an upland siting and design permit application for infill development involving 4 units, 1 duplex and 2 accessory dwelling units at 2560 Dorset Road, a site that is currently measured at just under an acre at 0.71 acres, zoned residential 2, which is also adjacent to Uplands Park. My apologies. On May 12th, 2026, the Advisory Design Panel considered and commented on the subject application, and the ADP passed the following motion: that the ADP recommend to Council that Upland Siting and Design Permit ADP 00203 for 2560 Dorset Road be approved with the following consideration: to incorporate additional landscaping to soften the visual corridor and enhance the access to the proposed development from Dorset Road. So following the ADP meeting, the applicants have updated their landscape plan to address the panel's recommendation, and this has also been evaluated by the district's Parks Department. The proposal departs from previous Uplands development patterns where prominent large single-family buildings have been the norm. Staff have reviewed the proposed site and building plans and supporting documents and have determined that the project aligns with the district's infill housing regulations, which allow up to 4 buildings per lot in the R1 and R2 zones. The proposal is consistent with the district's infill housing regulations and is in alignment with the district's OCP housing objectives and policies, and fully conforms with the residential R2 zoning of the property. The development also conforms to the Uplands design guidelines and is therefore supportable. The applicants, Ryan Hoyt of Hoyt Design, owners from Pacific Beach Investments, and landscape designer from Biophilia Design Collective are present in the audience to answer any questions, and staff are also happy to answer any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Klaver. We don't have a presentation on this night, but we have a very comprehensive application package. So what I'll do here, Upland Setting and Design does not have public input. We have received some written input, which is welcome. But tonight we're just considering the application in front of us. At this point, I'll invite, if the applicants wish to say anything, you can, but I'm happy just to get to questions if there's questions from council to you. Is there anything you'd like to add?
We're happy just to defer to council questions.
Great, thank you. Are there questions to the applicants? Councillor Patterson and then Appleton.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and I'm quite familiar with this lot. I walk by it almost every day. But just if the applicants could speak to the choice of the asphalt proposed for the driveway rather than a permeable paver.
And what I'll do is actually just ask you to just state your name before you speak, just so that we have it on the record. Thank you.
Sure. Through the Mayor, my name is Bianca Bodley. I'm from Biophilia Design Collective, the landscape designer for this project. And to speak to your question, we have specified a mixture of asphalt and permeable pavers. So permeable pavers is the sense of entry when you're coming off of the road to enhance that the curb appeal. And then asphalt's for the main drive aisle. It's just a very forgiving surface for turning, and it's just a preferential materiality that's been chosen for the driveway. And it's a very large surface area, so doing it all in permeable pavers, of course, would be quite an investment, but we've decided to do a mixture of two different materials. So we'll have permeable pavers for the front entries, for the patios, and for the entry of the driveway itself.
Thank you. Next have Councillor Appleton, then Braithwaite.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I've got two questions, and I think the first one is actually for staff. So I just wanted to really just for the purposes, and I think staff have kind of explained this, but just for clarity for the purposes of the public. When we refer to some of the correspondence that's been received on the application, a lot of folks that are writing in, or a number of folks that have written in, because the fourplex concept is still relatively new to Uplands, and I think folks are not necessarily, residents are not necessarily, the fact that Uplands residential lots are being treated the same as every other residential lot in the district with respect to the fourplex prescription is, I think, new to some folks as far as looking at an Uplands. Of course, it's a new design to Uplands. So but because of that, I think misunderstanding, and it's a justified misunderstanding because it's a new building form for the Uplands. It's been referred to in some of the correspondence as a subdivision, but this is not, in fact, a subdivision. So I just wanted to make that really clear for the, just to confirm that with staff, and essentially that the layout, no, it's not proposed to be a subdivision, and nor does the layout of the lot and the proposed development that's proposed here actually lend itself very well to subsequent subdivision.
Ms. Klaver, Mr. Green.
Through your worship to Councillor Appleton, yes, this is not a subdivision where somebody is amending the minimum lot size to create a fee simple subdivision. However, the applicant's intent, I believe, is to do a building strata, which is essentially a form of subdivision, but the district has no involvement in the creation of a building strata. It's simply a process that takes place between the applicant and Land Titles Surveying Authority, LTSA, that must be completed within 12 months of receiving occupancy from the district's building official.
Thank you. Mr. Bull?
Thanks, and I would like to add that indeed Uplands, like other neighborhoods, 4 units per lot is now allowed, and specifically in R1 and R2, the larger lots, we also allow for 4 residential buildings. So that is outright allowed under the zoning bylaw, and it is a new form, but that is one of the forms that is being considered across the district in those larger zones. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Through to you, Your Worship. Thank you to staff. I think my second question, I think, is probably for the applicants. I think as developers are starting to get a sense of what redevelopment scenarios might look like for the uplands in the context of the upland siting and design guidelines. I see a design here that, and there have been concerns raised in the community, and you'll see that reflected in some of the correspondence, just in terms of that historical development patterns are sort of centered on the large singular, the large sort of manor style or larger single-family residences. So I potentially see here a little bit of a design that's indicating with a duplex with sort of a closely associated second building that reads a little bit more like a large individual building or a large single building. And I'm just wondering whether that was a design choice and whether there was a sort of an effort made to have the form reflect more of a single building appearance with an outbuilding.
Sure, I'll comment. First of all, my name is Ryan Hoyt from the Hoyt Design Company, and I'm the project designer and applicant on behalf of Pacific Beach Investments. Obviously, on a site here, we looked at all sorts of different forms, being mindful and understanding the single-family form was obviously predominant in the uplands. Certainly on this site, the building envelope lent well to focusing the massing in this sort of larger section of the site on the south side. Orienting the buildings facing south was optimal from a sun standpoint, and it sort of abuts against the only real neighbor that we have, which is the neighbor to the south. So the form worked well in all those capacities. It has very little street presence. It will probably not look too different along that south side from one single-family home. Certainly from a scale standpoint, overall, the massing size is equivalent to what you would see in a single-family home. There's no additional density sought here. It's broken up into a slightly different form, but overall the scale is reflective of what could have been built from a single-family standpoint as far as footprint. But it's certainly very much in sync with what's happening around. Most of the homes immediately adjacent and around here are not the largest uplands homes you'll see. They're actually some of the smaller single-story and bungalows. So certainly the scale of what we're proposing, we feel, is very commensurate with what is surrounding.
Mr. Hoyt. Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks very much. I think if this proposal was on any other lot anywhere in Oak Bay, it would be a slam dunk, but it's not just any other lot. This parcel sits at the entrance to Uplands Park. It's one of the most visible gateways to Uplands. I'm very, very familiar with this site. It's within the Uplands National Historic Site landscape, and it's an adjacent to one of Oak Bay's most environmentally significant public spaces. And because of that, I think that we are justified in applying maybe a higher level of scrutiny than would be applied to a typical infill project. So my question, one of my questions would be, what features of this proposal specifically reinforce the National Historic Site values of Uplands beyond compliance with the zoning?
Mr. Hoyt.
So I think you touched on it. This is certainly a unique property in the uplands. It's probably the blankest slate you will find in the uplands. So I think one of the real wins here is taking a property that has almost zero landscape value, integrating 4 new units of housing here, and also adding a huge value of landscape to actually bring any sort of park-like setting back to a property where there is an absence of that right now. So it's a win on both sides. We're adding tasteful infill housing, increasing the environmental and biological features of this site to really take a property that has no real merits to align with the current uplands design guidelines or goals of the uplands right now, and really improves it to something that certainly does reflect a lot of the characters of the uplands.
Thank you. Did you ever consider just a 3-unit proposal rather than a 4-unit proposal?
Certainly everything was on the table at the time of analyzing what this site would hold.
Braithwaite?
And then can you touch, and maybe this goes to staff, just remind me what the site coverage is of this proposal and the hard surface coverage, and are there any variances there? I can't remember offhand.
Ms. Claver?
Through the mayor, I can refer to the exact technical details, but there were no requested variances nor the need for any. So it did meet the allowable lot coverage, FAR, setbacks, height restrictions, massing, et cetera, as well as for the requirements for the maximum for hard servicing, as well as the minimum for live landscaping, and actually tree canopy coverage was substantially over the minimum requirement.
I can speak specifically to the hard surface numbers. Allowances of 25% for both front and rear. Our front our proposed is 13%, and our rear proposed is 0.4%.
Thank you. Councillor Watson?
Thank you, and thank you for the applicants for being here this evening so late to discuss this with us. As the applicants know, I was at the advisory design panel on the day it was discussed by them, and I was particularly looking for their commentary on a couple of features, and I'd like to come back to one of them because I asked them specifically for their perspectives with respect to the setting and design guidelines with respect to the driveway and its prominence from the street. And I understand in the staff report that some adjustments have been made to that, but I just wondered if you could comment on those and whether there's, I guess, a design concern specifically with respect to the guideline for parking and driveways to provide adequate vehicular circulation and parking areas on site screened from the street with landscaped walls and other enclosures using narrow landscape driveways. And I guess I have a concern that from the street, mostly what you see is just a driveway, and that is, I'm not sure how well that really does, the design solution does address the particular guidelines. So if you've made changes, I wonder if you could just speak to those and why you picked the driveway width you did in the driveway location.
Sure. Mr. White?
Thank you. So speaking to the driveway, one point that I think is important to understand, this is the existing driveway that's currently there that we are essentially retaining. I think one of the wins here is currently you look down the driveway and you see the front of a house and you see a big garage facing the street. The orientation of the new buildings presents an open drive aisle with sightlines all the way through to the park. By orienting all of the garages for the buildings 90 degrees to the street, we've screened all of our parking. Each of these units has a 2-car garage that can conceal 2 vehicles. The additional on-site parking is in behind the buildings, so that's screened from the street. So I think a lot of that is actually a win and a benefit in a sense. Really opening up that sight line of the park is huge. As far as the landscaping and measures taken, there was some discussion as far as retaining a pedestrian thoroughfare along the front boulevard, as a lot of people walking down the road use that boulevard to access into the park. So our design all along has balanced maintaining access through there, but also providing some landscaping for both interest and privacy and screening. So it's been a bit of a balanced effort there. I'll let Bianca add further.
Just to speak to the landscaping enhancements that were requested at that meeting, the previous landscaped area surrounding the driveway, we've tripled that in size and flirted out with a rock wall on the outside edge, which should make it look quite prominent and attractive as you drive by. And then as you look down the drive aisle, as was mentioned, you can see all the way through to the park, but also there's a series of trees, of magnolia trees, which when they're leafed out and in full canopy is going to interrupt your view as well. So you're going to see a combination of trees and then the park beyond. And as Ryan was mentioning, the buildings are offset from the large hedge that's in front, that's existing, that we're maintaining. So you're going to see a layer of new landscaping, hedging, and then magnolia trees, and then the park beyond, and only the narrowest view of the buildings from the sides.
Thank you. That was my only question. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other first-time questions? And I'll go back to second time. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you. Just going on that, because I just pulled up that picture. Those rocks that you have there, right now there's no sidewalk there, but the rocks that you have, are they not on municipal land? The rocks that you have all the way down the driveway?
Yes, through the mayor, the landscaping on the boulevard is all on the boulevard. Everything this side of the hedge is on the boulevard, yes.
And I would go to staff and ask, are we in the, do we normally allow rocks of that size along our boulevard? That would really prevent people from walking along there.
Mr. Bowl.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. It depends. Sometimes we receive concerns from residents about rocks, mainly if there's an attempt to block parking. Those get dealt with case by case. So in this case, I'm not aware of any concerns, but the landscape plan itself would be focused on the on-site of this particular lot, and that's what I think our review would focus on. Thanks.
Thank you. And then I'm just wondering, I'm wondering to the applicants, did you have any meetings with residents before submitting the application? And if you did you make any changes to the design that you were looking at because of those meetings?
Mr. Hoyt?
So meetings prior to the application, no. We have had a meeting sort of impromptu with effectively the only neighbor to the south that happened to attend the advisory planning meeting, and we had a very productive conversation with them and have opened the lines of communication as far as some landscaping that could be mutually beneficial, so that's in the works. Beyond that, really, as mentioned, there's really only one adjacent direct neighbor there that and based on the scale of the buildings, we're confident that we're not going to be imposing on those across the street and beyond.
Thank you. And just...
Yeah, I was just going to say... Sure. Do I push the button? Yeah, hi, Brad McAdams, Pacific Beach Investments. I also contacted the neighbor that's adjacent to us. I left him a phone message to talk. He hadn't called me back. But again, I left it open for him to call me if he had any concerns. And I actually knocked across, there's another neighbor across the street. I knocked on the door. No one's home. There was a lockbox on the house, so I'm assuming they're not around. But again, I tried to get in contact with them as well. And both myself and Darren had a meeting with Evan Brown at the site about a week or so ago, and we just went over his concerns and what we were proposing, and we agreed to disagree on certain things, but it was a productive meeting.
Thank you. Yeah, because there is a lot of, I'm sure you've noticed, correspondence in regards to this development. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay, I'm going to bring it back to this table then. We have a proposed recommendation here that council approve upland setting and design application, but I'll take it.
I will make that motion, Your Worship.
Moved and seconded. Okay, thank you. Discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
I'll very quickly motivate, Your Worship. There's a couple of things in it. I appreciate this coming forward, and I think it has a lot of upside. I think when we consider, further to my comments earlier, when we consider applications under upland siting and design, obviously we refer to the upland siting and design guidelines, and I appreciate the intentionality in this case to particularly like in terms of, because obviously the lots in uplands can, by their size, can actually accommodate very large structures and very large buildings, and there are some historical buildings that are quite large. I think in accordance, the approach in accordance with the upland siting and design guidelines in this particular case to take a lower approach and to try to mirror what those types of buildings that are surrounding it, I think is in keeping with upland siting and design, and obviously. A bit of an unusual lot in terms of its sort of lack of landscaping. So I appreciate the sort of intention to further the park-like setting by really being creative and expansive with the landscape piece as well. So I feel like there's a number of sort of significant things that respond directly to upland siting and design. I recognize very clearly that it does represent a different type of housing form, as it's really important for the community to understand. Again, 4 structures available on this site, and uplands lots do, because of their size, do lend themselves to these types of developments. I know that that's a change for folks, so I want to recognize that. So I think it is really important that we lean really heavily, and we're very focused on the language of the upland siting and design guidelines when we review these types of properties. So, and I think that this does fairly well in that regard. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Watson and then Braithwaite.
Yes, I just add to Councillor Appleton's comments as the seconder of the motion. I think that the applicant has basically taken over what, when the house is demolished, is in effect a moonscape, and made some real improvements. I have to say that I think that the applicant has done a very thorough job of addressing each guideline. I did have some concerns that were part of the discussion of the advisory design panel about whether that driveway access and that kind of, that particular element was addressed properly, and I think there have been some modifications that really help there. And I also, we haven't discussed it tonight, but I did have some concerns about the hedge and how that enclosed nature of the site was maybe not reflective of what was going on in the park-like setting of the uplands. But I spent the weekend actually exploring the uplands, and this kind of enclosed landscaping is actually much more prominent than we say it should be. So I couldn't really find, and I understood the rationale, the vegetation was there and we should keep it. So I think I am satisfied that this application in fact does address all the things that we asked to be addressed, and has done it in a lovely modern form, which is very much in keeping with the flat lot. So I think that it's got a lovely design sensibility, and will be a lovely addition to that street, and replacing what's there right now. So I'm happy to move this support this.
Braithwaite?
Thanks so much. I want to thank staff and the applicant and the advisory design panel and the members of the public who have taken the time to provide their comments on this application, because I think it's really important. I was so excited when I heard that an application was coming forward for this site, because as I said, I'm around this site a lot. So I do want to acknowledge that it's a thoughtfully prepared proposal. You've really clearly invested considerable effort into the design, landscaping, and the overall presentation of the project, and I really appreciate staff's thorough analysis and the work that's gone into reviewing this application. I do support the need for additional housing in Oak Bay, and I recognize that our official community plan and current zoning permit a wider range of housing forms that, as Councillor Appleton has pointed out, that have historically existed in the uplands. My decision this evening is not based on opposition to housing or based on a belief that no additional housing should ever be considered within the uplands, because I think it should. But my concern is really with this specific site. As I've mentioned before, this site occupies one of the most prominent and sensitive locations in the municipality, in my opinion. It sits at the entrance to Uplands Park and forms part of the landscape setting of one of Canada's national historic sites. And for many residents and visitors, this property serves as a gateway into both the Uplands neighborhood and to the park itself. So the question before council is not simply whether the proposal complies with zoning. The question is whether the proposal reinforces the unique landscape character, spaciousness, and park-like setting that define the uplands and which the uplands design guidelines seek to protect. And while I appreciate the efforts made by the applicant to enhance landscaping and increase tree canopy, I'm not really persuaded that 4 dwellings units on this highly visible site adequately reflect the historic development pattern and landscape character that make the uplands unique. I'm really particularly concerned about the cumulative effect of decisions such as this. We've talked about this a little bit around this table. While any single application may appear modest in isolation, we have to also consider what message approval sends for future applications on other large properties within the uplands. And once a precedent is established, it becomes increasingly difficult to explain why similar proposals should not be considered elsewhere. So my decision is therefore not a reflection on the quality of the application, because I think it's a great application, or the intentions of the applicant. It's based on my view that this site warrants an exceptionally high level of protection and that the proposed development does not sufficiently demonstrate compatibility with the unique heritage landscape and gateway character of this location. So sadly, I'm unable to support this application, and I just wish it could be a little bit different. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be supporting the motion. At a glance, you could look at this and at first see it and think, oh, that's a house in the Uplands. That looks like a large single-family house with a garage. And then to discover that it's a duplex with 2 additional housing units, to me, just makes it more beautiful. The fact that there would be potentially 4 families living here in a very beautiful setting in our community. I do feel like the project is very sensitively designed with between the landscape and the buildings, and a lot of thought has gone into this, and the quality of the architecture is very nice. And I loved reading, and I understand our community is conflicted about this, but I did love hearing some of the comments in the letters from residents about being excited about, oh, seniors downsizing, ideal location for new housing, opportunity for young families. And I was just excited to see an outpouring of some letters about people just getting really excited about welcoming new people to our community. So I am in support of this application. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I too will support this application. I think that this lot speaks well to the fact that all parts of Oak Bay vary street by street, and I certainly appreciate all of the letters that came in, both for and against. I know that because I do walk the area frequently, there are a lot of neighboring properties that actually look forward to seeing this done. This is one of the most unusual properties, I think, in Uplands, in that it is quite barren. It is, and it has been for, well, as long as I have been in Oak Bay, so it is very barren, and yet it is, as Councillor Watson said, something of a gateway to Uplands Park. And so certainly that is important, but I think that what I like about the application is the housing is not so dominant that and the added vegetation, the added planting in that I see in this application actually, at least in my mind, does reinforce the desire of Uplands to maintain very much a park-like experience for users. I think it can be quite compatible with the walkway system into Uplands Park, and I have never really liked the large driveway going through, and you see mostly that, but it does enter the whole house. So I take into consideration certainly what the landscape architect is saying about the plantings softening the visual aspects of it a lot, and actually enhancing the view both from the street, from Dorset, and actually from the park also. Certainly the addition of Gary Oaks will be welcomed, and I think that the plantings will attract certainly the wildlife that is very prominent in that area. And the housing, while it is more modest, it is in keeping with housing forms in the area, both in size, in the type of the housing, and so in years to come, hopefully the landscaping, especially with the large trees, will be dominant over the housing. And so I see it as being supportive of what we are attempting to have in Uplands, and that is strengthening the park-like setting of Uplands. And while I know that there is concern that every application that is approved sets precedence, I don't believe that. I think that we do have to look at each application that comes forward as an individual application, look at where it's situated, and what is around it, and go forward on that basis. It's almost impossible with a unique part of the community as Uplands is to have one size fits all. It really does need greater attention, and so for that I'm glad that we do have the design panel to review this also. So I will be supporting the application as it's presented tonight.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I'll speak very briefly to this. It's a siting and design application. It's nice siting and it's nice design. Not much more to say to it. I think the key parts for me was the interface to the park and to the street. The street I struggled with a bit with sort of the dominance of the sidewalk, the driveway, as I've heard others, but I really appreciate the comment. And I think the option to that is a large house that you're looking at as opposed to the greenery, and so where they get a chance to look at the landscaping. I think really what I really appreciate here is the siting and design, particularly from the park. And I think, you know, it's very easy to build large sort of looming two-story buildings, the articulation of the second story, the setbacks that they've used, incorporated in that, the landscaping, I think all very thoughtful in terms of how it interfaces with the park. And again, we can compare it to, I don't know, something else in your mind, or you can compare it to what's there now. Either way, I think it's a great design. It's certainly a massive improvement over what's there currently, and so really appreciate the thoughtfulness that's gone into this approach. And just to address the point I think that's raised by many people, which is the question of subdivision in the uplands, which this is not, but I appreciate that that's a concern. And the idea of not having multiple units on lots in the uplands. Again, the whole point of the uplands is that every lot is different. It's all very unique. You need to look at this in the case by case. And I would just say that if the will is to not allow that in the uplands, then we need to address our zoning, not our setting and design guidelines. It's a tool, but it's not the ideal tool. So I just want to say thank you to the applicants. I think it's a very, very thoughtful design, very well laid out. I think it'll be a real asset to the community when it's built. So I'll leave it there. Councillor Green.
Thank you very much. And I've been listening very carefully to all the comments around the table. I think my comments and my concerns echo those of Councillor Braithwaite, and that again it is about setting a precedent in the uplands, and it is about the concerns of many people about that kind of development. But it is a very good development. The design is excellent. My concern, though, is shared, I think, by others, not around the table, but certainly in the community, that this is maybe the thin edge of the wedge for that area, and it is up against a park. And I think that's a concern as well. So construction impacts and other impacts might be concerning for these amount of homes, but I mean, it's a very good application and I appreciate it. But for me, it's in the wrong location. Thank you.
All right, I think that's all the speakers. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Braithwaite and Green opposed. That carries. Good luck with the project. Yeah. We move to the per 1151 St. David. We are here with the. Go ahead.
I do need to recuse myself due to a friendship with the applicant.
Okay, sounds good. With that, I'm going, maybe if there's, keep the voices down out there. Over to Ms. Claver again. Your busy night tonight. Lucky you.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. I'll make this fairly short and sweet. The district has received another zoning bylaw amendment application for the property located at 1151 St. David Street. The property is zoned R5, a residential use, and contains a non-conforming single-family dwelling that was constructed in 1921. Overall, staff find the proposal to be in alignment with OCP goals and policies enhancing the livability of a house of historic value and therefore find it supportable. Staff are recommending that council give 3 readings and adopt the amended bylaw. The applicant, Sarah Donald, is still here from Hanson Built, is present in the audience to answer any questions, as well as I'm also present happy to answer any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for members of council to staff on this? Please go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks, sorry, I just noticed on page 5, under the denial, not that I'm saying we're going to deny this, but it refers to ZON 00068 rather than ZON 00070.
So if that motion is moved, we'll make sure we correct it in the reading.
Yeah.
My apologies. Thank you for
Oh, no worries.
noticing that.
But I'm happy to make the motion if nobody else has any questions.
I'll look around the table. No questions. Go ahead.
Then I will move that the zoning bylaw number 3531, 1986, amendment bylaw number 4974, 2026 be read a first and second time.
Moved and seconded. Any debate? Speak if you're opposed. Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed?
And I'll move that zoning bylaw number 3531, 1986, amendment bylaw number 4974, 2026 be read a third time.
Seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed?
And I'll move that zoning bylaw number 3531, 1986, amendment bylaw number 4974, 2026 be adopted.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on adoption? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed? That is concluded. That was a long time to wait. It's just how it fits into the agenda, unfortunately. So thank you very much for that. Welcome back, Councillor Smart. We move now to 9.5, Parks, Rec, and Culture Fees and Charges Bylaw. Is Mr. Soulier still here? Did we let him go? Oh, thank you. That's very kind.
I'll move that the Parks, Rec, and Culture Fees and Charges Bylaw number 4777, 2021 Amendment Bylaw number 4969, 2026 be adopted.
Moved and seconded. Can we just call him just for fun? Just can we? No. Any discussion on adoption? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed? The 9.6.
I'll move that Municipal Ticket Information Bylaw number 4946, 2023, Amendment Bylaw number 4970, 2026 be adopted.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed? Is there any new business? I think we have a notice of motion, Councillor Smart. Just to be read into the record. You don't have to do the whereases.
Yeah,
just
I
the
want
motion.
to. Just the motion is that council direct the mayor to send a letter to the province and local MLAs outlining the need for continued local government climate action program funding and share this letter with the Capital Regional District Board of Directors and other BC municipal elected officials. I'm happy to address it today if I'll move that motion.
Second.